So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss Boozley cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss Boozley cigarettes trying to take me home.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic, no, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby.
When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other and admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time.
Hello and welcome everyone. We are excited to be here with the ever so amazing NECC. We are heading into the final weeks in some leagues, and I believe getting very close to that here in the Legends Division. My name is Orbital. With me is the best minion to ever wander off the Rift, and at this point a permanent home on the casting desk. It is Random Minion Caster, and we'll be your casters over the next 2 series. We're going to hit up the Legends Division as well as, I believe, hop down into the Champions Division for the final series of the night. As again, these teams are closing in on not only finishing up the season, but finding their placements as they go. RMC, how you doing?
Doing good, Orbital. And like you said, it's the last week, I believe, for pretty much all the leagues, though the weeks do differ. So in Legends, this will be week 7. In Champs, it's week 6. But it lines up at the end. And Orbital, what a better way to end it than some of the most explosive teams. Illinois State University Redbirds up against the powerhouse that is Maryville. And Orbital, the last time we saw Maryville was 2 weeks ago. And powerhouse they might be, but they were handed their first and only loss of the season. Redbirds are going to look to try and replicate that success on stream.
And for ISU, this is something that they desperately do need for them. They are currently sitting at about middle tier right now, and we have gotten word once again that for NECC, for the playoffs here, it is top 4 of each division. Now, I do believe in the Legends we have about 5 or 6 here, so you need all the wins you can get. And going up against MU, who, as we said, have their only series lost 2 weeks ago, I feel like they're going to be coming out for blood to try and maintain their upper bracket standing.
Yeah, now ISU, they're sitting at tied 3rd right now, so they're literally right at that cutoff mark. The match they played against Ohio State hasn't been verified on League OS, so depending on how that one goes, they might or might not have secured their playoff spot. But to be safe, they would like a win tonight. So up against Maryville, it's a bit of a tall ask. And Maryville, the week we didn't see them, they crushed it 2-0. So Maryville has not played a 3-game series at all. It's either crush and win or be crushed and lose, which happened only once.
Yes, and for that reason, we did have some interesting news coming out from their group, from the organization. We have heard that there are some interesting shifts for game number 1, I believe. We do have a player stepping in that will be for game 1, maybe for game 2 and onwards, but I think always having a roster shift, especially in a game 1 scenario, brings about some interesting scenarios in itself.
Yeah, and I believe the roster shift that we're informed of is coming through from ISU, with NECC coming in the support role. Now, NECC has played with the ISU roster before, so it's not as if he's going to be brand new, doesn't know what he's doing. I'm sure ISU will be very comfortable slotting him in. But overall, if we're talking about roster changes, let's touch a little bit on ISU's newest jungler, Cross, coming into the jungle, a freshman, and somebody who I've not seen too much from. And there we go. There's the roster for ISU. Drew Dozer in the top lane. Some of you might know him more from his mid lane shenanigans, but he has been swapping. He's at the top now. Cross, the freshman we're talking about in the jungle, who's considered very reliable by the team, which is interesting for a freshman. Meslo in the mid lane, a disconnector, and Nausicaa to start in game 1. That might yet change tempos in game 2, but we'll have to get there first.
And taking a look at the Maryville side, they have their own set of awesome players coming in here. It is, we have gotten confirmation, PCL in the top lane, Amazo and the jungle, Get Back in the mid lane, Scary Jerry once again at the ADC role, and Zyko at support. This is pretty much the same roster that they've run all the way through the season.
And with Maryville, this roster is one there, as you mentioned, they've been playing all season long, so no substitutions. They're very comfortable with each other. And even in their loss against Ole Miss, Maryville still looked like the powerhouse that they are. And the teamwork, the coordination in this team is very scary, especially in the early game. That's where we kind of saw them shine quite a bit. So for ISU, questions for me is, can they contain Amazo or Wallflower or Iconic, whatever his name he wants to be called by right now? Can they contain one of the strongest players in collegiate? This guy's experience at the LCS level was ranked 1 in the ladder earlier this year, and that's speaking to his individual skill, paired with the sort of discipline and the experience that Maryville has as a team, and the early game becomes incredibly dangerous.
And taking a look on the other side, ISU got some of their own, but we did have some fear specifically. Even though we talked about roster shifts and everything of the sort, this is a team that we know, at least, that you can have high hopes for them. But sometimes they do have a little bit of a stumbling block, and I think that lands themselves into dangerous territory. Are you going to put your chips on them here tonight, RMC? That's going to be my first question. Come on.
I feel attacked by this question. So, for those of you who don't know, I was on the NECL qualifiers committee, and we actually have to seed a lot of these teams. ISU was in a lot of those qualifiers, and ISU has been an Achilles heel of some sort to me. Like, I keep ranking them high and they keep messing up in the qualifiers. So the ceiling for this ISU squad is very, very high. We've seen them take out top teams, but the basement sometimes can be kind of low. And so I'm looking at Cross a little bit, that reliable freshman coming in to raise that basement. Overall, like, I probably shouldn't be banking on ISU to perform tonight. Yeah, you know what? I won't. I've learned my lesson, I think. I want ISU to impress me a little bit more. I've kind of lost a little bit of faith in them.
I love that fact. Listen, the basement door is wide open right now for ISU to stumble down in there. But listen, they also have a ladder straight to the top. It depends on which side they do choose to go for here today. And as you can see, we are getting underway with the draft. We are going to have the live draft as we are on to patch 13.22. And now keep in mind, there were some changes that came through just today. Most notably, the mage patch just went live. Yes, it does not make a whole lot of damage tweaks, but the animation differences do allow for different trading opportunities. So I'm very, very curious to see how it goes. Right now, ISU are on the blue side, MU on the red, and first ban, of course, is Chase, not affected by the patch.
Yeah, that one targeted specifically, I think, more at the mid lane than at the top lane. Get back Chase is really, really scary. You can set up some really nice poke compositions to come through from that, and they're just blazing right through the bans here. Belveth and Lilia. Belveth actually falling out of meta a little bit, but ISU saying, hey, we know that Amazo's been playing it a lot in solo queue, let's just take it off the board. Casante's back in meta, Jarvan strong, and Jinx being removed is huge, not just in that she's still really strong, but Maryville specifically didn't seem to have an answer against it when Shogo picked it up the last time they met.
And to take it away actually leaves open these Ziggs. Now, Ziggs has also been seen as a rising powerhouse, and this, of course, can be drifted a little bit, but I think we know where it's going to go. The Callista Orianna, though. Okay, we are going into a very dangerous... This is, by the way, this is live. We are going so fast right now. We are looking at a long-range DPS setup with the Ashe and Ziggs versus the all-in ball comp of the Callista Orianna, and now the Graves behind it as well. We are going full damage all the way through.
Yeah, and we know that Maryville very highly prioritizes that Orianna. It's a great set piece for these team fights, which Maryville likes to play around. It's got a lot of lane pressure, and most importantly, it's a great blind pick for Get Back. Get Back was winning that lane even when the rest of the team was losing. So big question for me for Meslo is, what do you actually want to run into this Orianna? I'm going to be honest, the Ziggs actually wouldn't be bad to flex into the mid lane right now. You do outrange that Orianna, and you've got just as good wave clear, and even more importantly, with the Mega Inferno Bomb, you can always help out your side lanes. The bans, though, supports being removed by ISU, and top laners, they're pinching Drew Dozer a little bit here.
Yeah, and not only that, grabbing the Jax right away, denying that attempt at getting a bruiser in the top. And again, Jax has been such a force to be reckoned with. And now you're going for denial instead of bruiser versus bruiser. It is going to be that Scion, whether it's going to be crazy or not. And there's the Rakan following up behind. The Thresh on the other side was that blind for Nausicaa. We are getting some crazy. This is, by the way, again, this is live. This is by far the fastest single game draft that I've seen in quite some time.
These teams knew exactly what they wanted to do, Orbital. And I want to highlight Thresh for Nausicaa, because if Thresh is picked, then it's not going to be a Ziggs bot. It's Ashe, Thresh, and Ziggs gets flexed into the mid lane, like we said, for that Orianna. You've got good side lane pressure, putting Drew Dozer on something like a Scion. I remember when earlier this year, when he actually converted to that top lane, one of the first champions he picked up and started showing competitive was that Scion. And it's also really good for that side lane pressure as well. The Unstoppable Onslaught really helps you move across the map very quickly. So I like what ISU have drafted. The problem is Maryville got comfort, and they got a lot of pressure in the lanes. Callista, Rakan early, even with the Thresh, it's still really, really dangerous. You can still get Thresh down. Thresh himself is actually not that inherently tanky either, so it's a little bit risky trying to trade with that Ashe, with that Thresh. You're just trying to create space there. Jax into Scion, Jax will outscale. And sure, mid lane, Ziggs does well into Orianna, but early on, Ziggs does have mana issues. So mid lane, I feel like, will be a lot about watching mana, conserving mana, and more importantly, how quickly can your junglers get there and influence that lane?
And quite literally, the roadmap that you have laid out for us is, can ISU keep safe or survive the early game? That's literally all I heard. You're taking a look at the lane domination coming down the road. Everything screams MU should take the lead, should be able to push the lane, should be able to get some leads, get the jungle in there. And if ISU are able to make it out, hey, we get to see the Ziggs come online. Hey, we get to see the Ashe arrows. Hey, we get to see the Scion. But that sets such a dangerous precedent because, again, you also look on MU's side, they still have running in the mid to late game. If you're taking a look at ISU, what would be the dream scenario? How do you actually deny this overwhelming force that will 100%, because we know MU, be rolling straight at your face?
A lot of it's about the laning Orbital, because let's talk a little bit more about the composition for ISU. So if they get to the late game, if they get past the mid game, what's nice for them is that normally you have to worry about Jax's split pushing, but with the Ziggs, it's not as big a deal, especially with an Ashe to follow up as well. You can look for the pick on the Jax. It's a lot easier to facilitate while maintaining your other lanes to make sure that you don't get pushed in. So you'll have that advantage range-wise as well. With the Ziggs, with an Ashe, you have that range advantage. You've got a lot of ways to stop that Callista, that Rakan from engaging. Even Jax is going to have problems running in. Maryville's comp is actually fairly short-ranged. They are looking to get the ball into Rakan and deliver that ball into the middle, catch multiple members. So for Maryville, it's all about trying to find the good engages. But as the game goes on, it gets tougher to do that. So if ISU can stall, that'll be great for them. The big problem, as we mentioned, is the laning, where Maryville, we touched on the lanes, but let's talk about jungles for a second, because Graves is really strong in the jungle, and he can do a lot on his own. I think he got touched a little bit on this patch. He got nerfed a tiny little bit, but it's an armor decrease. It's not the damage decrease. And that means that for his ganks, for his early pressure, that's still going to be there. Maybe he can't duel as well 1v1, but impacting a lane isn't about the 1v1. It's about how much you can do to help that lane get ahead.
Well, let's see if they can affect the lanes. Let's see if we see, lane domination come out of Maryville. Everything is on the table here, as right now we are watching the clash of some of the best teams here in the NECC. We got the Legends Division rolling out here for game number 1 in series number 1. Once again, taking a look, ISU on that blue side. and already kind of having some fun here. Get back, sending that ball forward, and again, this is also the really nice part about Orianna. Doubles as a ward. Having that ball around allows you to keep eyes all the way. Now, I do have to ask, something that I did see quite fun that they changed is vision, right? They did change how often you can see someone from a bush. I believe they changed it from 4 seconds to 2.5. Is that right?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember what the vision change was. I remember it's something to do with like when you attack.
It's when you attack from bush.
Oh, from bush. Okay.
When you attack from bush, you are seen, right? Now the amount of time that you were seen for changed, and I'm wondering how that's going to play here, and if it's really going to make a difference, right? That's one of the weird times that they actually did like a giant vision change. However, Disconnector did not meet vision differences, just ate a bunch of damage, is coming back to lane with half health and already used a pod.
I'm gonna be honest, looking at these comps, I actually don't think that vision change is gonna be too terribly impactful. A lot of them, especially from Maryville, they're looking for hard engage, right? So they're not playing necessarily in that vision of bush control. You know, you can see Zyko, he goes in and then he dances back to the bush. And likewise for ISU, I don't know if we're poking out of bush very much. So we'll have to see if it does change anything. For now though, NECC Angle, I guess Scary Jerry has changed his name yet again. And we should also note as well, DJ Halal. That is actually a pretty cool name.
Yes, it is. I love that name so much, and I appreciate it because it's just fun to say. I want to see records being spun in a halal way. That's great. Right now, though, Drew Dozer is trying to farm up their own way, and keep in mind that is one of the lanes that we are going to have to watch for. That Jax was immediately napped up and said, "This is ours." So very, very interesting. Not only that, junglers did start on the top side and make it their way down. Full clears on both ends, which, you know, it's appropriate once again.
Yeah, I don't think there was any real chance for Maryville of diving this Sion this early on, so you're not looking to gank there. And likewise for Cross as well. Bot lane has so much more CC if you can actually get there. Kalista does struggle around Trundle, his pillar specifically a little bit. Reducing the movement speed affects her hop as well. So there is kill potential. So it's almost on Maryville to cover that, to make sure that this aggressive Kalista Rakan lane doesn't get ganked when they're pushing, when they're trying to apply this pressure.
For right now, we can stare at the lovely colors as basically the early game goes the way the early game goes, right? Like there's nothing out of the ordinary here. I just want to see the CS numbers go up, and surprisingly enough, everyone's pretty much the same. However, Get Back having a bit of fun in mid, just trying to stack up that damage as much as possible. Drew Dozer, of course, doing the exact same, pushing that wave under the tower, but we get to see our first taste as Amazo was the first one to actually reach in the mid, but now in the mid lane we're seeing a dance of death, and that'll be Get Back to take the kill, and now another answer on the bottom side. A 1-2 punch to the gut could lead to disaster. However, it's enough to grab that flash. Following up behind, Cross is going to try and do some work as well, and honestly I'm not sure how well they want to do this. Angle, or of course Zyko. No, not Zyko. My brain doesn't want to work. Scary Jerry! Ha! I got the name. Don't worry. That's going to be a couple spears in the back of Cross. Instead, a hook goes out. No real advantage there, as, again, you burn the flash on Nausicaa.
I'm going to be honest, I'm actually a little bit surprised that Maryville was as close to almost killing somebody as they were, considering they were so pushed in. But especially once Amazo got there, like we mentioned before, Graves' early damage is pretty disgusting when you can actually land all of it. Cross, though, still waiting around, doesn't know that he's walking over a ward. So Scary Jerry and Zyko right now, they're just trying to burn time.
And I always love when you do see players that know how to burn time, right? I think burning time on a jungler is so important. Everything about jungle is about timing. When you see laners that know how to dance and draw the jungler's attention, you as a jungler are just like, I love you guys, right? Like, you already love your laners for that one. Of course, in the mid lane, Mezl, having died once, not burning flash, but burning TP, is now in dangerous straits. That is 2 combinations coming out just thanks to the Sork Shoes.
And Get Back, this is why I was a little bit scared when we saw the Orianna. This is why Maryville prioritizes that Orianna so heavily. DJ Halal and Drew Dozer are kind of going at it. Drew Dozer is just eating all the minion damage. He doesn't care. It's not even enough to pop a shield.
It's, no, you're fine. And not only that, getting the stacks as well. The grass feel great. And right now, DJ's just like, bruh, like, that's not cool. This Jax that we were sitting there going, hey, needs a huge lead. Already has a CS lead, but in the HP department is looking a little bit barren.
Yeah, and part of me feels like that advantage, the risk that could have happened up there was negated. Or not negated, but caused a lot by the fact that Cross was slowed down in the bot lane.
Oh. Well, that's going to be Zyko to get drawn in death. A 1-for-1 in the bot lane, but because the mid lane went 1-0, it's going to be a problem overall. 3-1 is going to be the overall score here, going in favor of MU.
And this jungle ganks coming through. These are it's just get back, just kind of winning out his lane. And this was a bit of the concern, we had. Maryville is individually very, very strong. Fun fact, Orbital, Nausicaa is actually also Australian, or from the Oceanic region. Did play in the OPL. So, maybe it's time for Nausicaa to go visit his old buddy in the mid lane, say hi to get back, because Meslo needs a bit of help. And if Cross isn't ganking that lane, then maybe a good support roam, might be enough to cover for him.
It's one of those moments that you're like, yeah, let's go ahead and let's get a reunion going. Now, whether that reunion gets high ratings or not, that's left up to the people that actually bring it together. Right now, Cross, though, getting a little bit of a reunion in the top side, going to send DJ into a little bit of a frenzy, as that's going to be the unstoppable charge coming out here. The onslaught does not land, though, as Judozer hits straight into the wall. DJ is perfectly fine.
Not even close. Still has the flash up and available. Didn't need to use it. Just ring around the rosies. And great vision actually coming through from Maryville so far. I highlight that because bot lane, they had very aggressive vision. Oh, hold up.
Well, they didn't just have the vision, they have the damage as well. That's going to be multiple spikes going in, and that's going to be Scary Jerry saying, hey, you better back away. But the minion wave actually doing quite a bit for ISU. But in that meantime, with no one dead, that still leaves Amazo to a happy, except First Dragon will go the way of MU as they start to roll their advantages.
The armor reduction's really showing itself right now.
All right, we're fine. Don't worry about that.
He didn't have smite, so that was actually really close. Disconnector should be fine.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no,
so very
goodness.
nice job to go ahead and get out with that call, and now they're going to try and look to go back in because Amazo's here. And remember, Disconnector has no summoner spells. Boom goes the dynamite, as that's a double because of the spear through. Meslo's going to get another an auto attack. Again, that's the mage changes. You get faster animations, you get more kills. That's going to be a 3-0 in the mid lane and 2-0 in the bottom lane.
Wow, Orbital, just seemingly out of nowhere. I was just praising ISU for how they were handling a lot of the lanes. Yes, I was worried for Meslo, but everyone else seemed fine. Judozer. Judozer doesn't have out here. DJ Halal can go diving. Has flash available.
And yeah, that's an easy dunk right there. And this is what we are afraid of, right? We said this in the draft phase. Even though it's comfort coming from ISU, they have to survive the early game. Right now, MU turning on the afterburners and saying, you're not even going to make it to mid game.
And the one person who's been somewhat conspicuously absent has been Cross for ISU. Unfortunately, you're a Trundle. And it's going to get worse for Cross now, because now your lanes are all falling behind. I expect to see MU start pressing into the jungle as well to make sure that Cross doesn't feel comfortable. And for Cross, I'm looking, what lane can you gank at? Nausicaa in the mid lane. Great hook.
Oh, very nice read as well. But that's, a pretty easy out. Yes, you lose half health, but the fact that Nausicaa read that does lead ISU to a little bit better feeling. They get to this scuttle first, are going to get vision on this top side, maybe even look for a chance at a little bit of a herald, but that's going to be get back to be eaten up here. Does have flash, doesn't need it, is able to walk away.
Really well played from ISU, but Orbital, despite them doing everything right, nobody from Maryville drops. They will be able to secure herald, but at what cost? Disconnector roamed up, and that's leaving Angle or Scary Jerry free time on this bot lane turret. You might get herald, but if you lose first brick, it's kind of not worth it.
I mean, you still see the plates go down. You're all happy, and DJ is saying you're not even going to clear the wave. Take a look at this extra damage, and yes, no major mythic done, but the components are enough to do damage. The brutality is coming out here as Meslo's not going to have a good time. Dodges out on the knockup, so you can at least branch out a bit. Zyko might actually go down to 1-1, but it's not going to happen, as that's going to be collateral damage to finish it off. And it's just an easy kill like that. The Ziggs is getting picked on over and over again.
And Orbital, that was TP used by Meslo to cover this bot lane. And Maryville predicted it perfectly. The moment the TP was down, you saw Maryville start rotating to that bot lane. It was damned if you do, damned if you don't. If ISU didn't send anybody down there, then Angle gets free turret. DJ Halal pushed up really far. No flash this time.
No flash, but honestly, you're taking a look at the Grandmaster's might. Oh, well, you took tower shots, and I was like, you could probably dance this, right? Well, you're going to go in for the 1-for-1, and that's what we expected. Great trade there. You get more time in this mid lane. You know where the jungler is. Hey, you know what? You'll take that.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Judozer, he doesn't even get the kill. Cross the one to pick it up, which is fine. As a tank, I guess you don't really want it, though. I think Judozer wanted to try and equalize this lane. And Orbital, again, the question is what's happening with Maryville? When that's happening, we see Amazo invading, threatening this bot lane once again. They can't dive because Angle is really far behind right now under turret, but you can see Nausicaa and Disconnector are very cautious about being under that turret right now.
I mean, they know that they're getting choked out, especially with the Rift Herald being dropped on the top side. That's where a lot of the gold is actually going to come back. Cross trying to challenge since mid lane was not taken. So, hey, at least the gold gap is going to close up a little bit. I don't think you'll lose your life, but at least it's something, right? The compensation is there, and yes, the B works. And now you open it up, right? Judozer can now be free to roam out a little bit more. Also give a free lane back to Meslo to try and work. And that's going to be the arrow coming out. Angle is going to be in a bad spot. As Scary Jerry turns into a little puppy. But guess who's coming in the backside? That's going to be Get Back to go ahead and draw multiple summoners out with that shockwave. And now the chase is on Nausicaa, trying to draw the minions away as well. But, I mean, you're going to die, right? Amazo flashes forward, gets a red buff applied, draws a flash out of Nausicaa as well. And with Dragon coming up shortly, it's going to be free farm. Get Back says, hey, yes, stepped up at the wrong time, still had the flash up, so Disconnector dies. Nausicaa is going to go down. Kill granted to Amazo, and it is all hands. This is MU running the show with the kills.
Despite the fact that MU just picked up a bunch of kills, I do want to highlight that ISU is still making good macro calls. Meslo is still pushing in the mid lane really well. Top side as well. I earlier said that, hey, if you get Herald at the expense of first brick, it's not worth it. Well, ISU manages to get first brick, so good for them. They're finding gold from the structures, from the map still. Meslo should be fine. He's got flash, right? He's got flash. He needs a flash.
Oh!
Meslo, not like this.
We both sat there and we were like, it's going to happen. Just how hard are you going to try and play? By the way, 100% Scary Jerry could have pulled the spears earlier and not taken that tower shot, I think. I think that would have been fine.
I don't know, because he did pull it earlier, so I don't know what the cooldown was on it. But, man, that's just brutal to watch. Meslo has no safe lane. He's 0-5 right now. And if Orianna is wrecking you in lane, if the Callista can start turret diving you, yeah, Meslo's going to have a really tough one, and MU's just going to start turning the screws onto you. They're at Dragon on spawn. They're going to take this one, and they're going to keep on pressuring, especially with those side turrets down. MU is now safe to kind of focus one lane, but they don't want to play into the lane that Meslo's going to be at, because as hard as this for Meslo alone, in a 5v5 situation, that Ziggs wave clear is still going to be very potent.
As a Ziggs fanatic, for good reason, I will also say that going 0-5 before 15 minutes hurts. Like, you're not in a good spot right now. So Meslo feels it. And I do agree, we are going to see some of those chances. But Nausicaa trying to make the plays right now. And that's going to be double up, triple up on that CC. Great shutdown, heads to Disconnector. And they're going to look for a push on the top side. You can see the pings going down. But, I mean, what are you really going to push, right? There's going to be a push coming out in the mid lane ever so slightly as Scary Jerry is looking to take a couple more plates. Plates will fall here in about 10 seconds. So, hey, you know what? You keep Cross and Judozer in the top side.
Yeah, and Amazo is going to go cover that with Psycho right now. Keep in mind, they don't have to win this fight. They just need to dissuade ISU from pushing. That's done. Judozer left behind by Cross.
I mean, I think he can walk out. He should have his ult available as well, and that's going to be the Ghost to try and get in position. You're looking for that unstoppable onslaught. And able to split the upright. Said, hey, thank you very much. And because of that, Amazo and Zyko are in a dangerous spot. Meslo's going to try and TP in, and they're going to work on it. The Mega Inferno Bomb is going to land on one. Amazo still kiting back towards the enemy tower. But look at that from the river comes Danger as well. Nausicaa from end to end starts the fight with the kill on the Orianna and finishes it off, helping kill off Amazo.
That was a race between Nausicaa and Angle right there. And I guess the Ionian Boots of Lucidity is not even Moby Boots for Nausicaa. Angle is able to save Psycho, but Amazo still goes down. And ISU, hey, I was saying that their macro play has been solid. They're still finding advantages. Well, that one helped a lot. They shrank the gold difference significantly. It's only 3k, and 3k at 15, pardon me, is significant, but it's not insurmountable, especially if ISU don't 5v5 fight Maryville.
Problem, I will say, comes with the fact that even though you're winning and getting, decreasing that gold gap, they're still behind in Dragons. For all the time that's going on, 2 Dragon stock on Maryville means that if they get this third coming up here in about 3 minutes, which is a ways away, don't get me wrong, there's still going to be a lot of question marks, right? I want to see what happens with these next global objectives, and if MU are able to put themselves in a good spot and get that soul point, all of a sudden, all that ISU has built up will be almost for naught as they're dragged into the pacing of MU's game.
So here's the thing, overall. I don't want to see what's going to happen. That thing's subjective. This is not going to be safe for work. What Maryville is going to do in a team fight is going to be absolutely disgusting. And for ISU, there are specific targets they need to kill. If you can burst somebody down before the fight, you're good to go. And that means get back, because Angle or Scary Jerry has cleanse. So you've seen the CC chain not quite work. You can see how tanky, PCL, just walking right by that one. PCL's tanky enough that he won't die right away. If you burn everything to kill PCL, Maryville will run you over. And Amazo is the borderline for me. I don't know if you can kill Amazo in one full combo. If you can, good. If you can't, then it has to be get back or bust.
At this point, it's looking like just go straight through the front door. This is going to be a chance. Grandmaster Might is thrown down, but the counter-strike isn't going to do anything against the Mega Inferno Bomb. You were able to draw 3. Now you can fight Disconnector 1-on-1 or 1-on-2 because the knockup is there. That's going to be the drag, and Rend is good. For all the fighting that happened bot side, yes, you get a little bit of the comeback gold, but you still lost in the mid, and look at the top side. The wave is being pressured in. With that Herald, it is looking brutal. Drew Dozer now in a dangerous spot as well as Amazo.
The burst!
Gonna send them up. Listen, you can run as far as you want, but you can't outrun that damage. That'll be the kill, and that will be the trade. MU take multiple kills on the top and mid, and 1 kill for ISU on the bot.
Yeah, and again, right, it feels like ISU is getting structures, but Maryville is getting kills. So the gold gap, again, is not significantly growing. It's okay. It's 4K. So it did go up a little bit right now, but ISU is still within touch and distance. What's more concerning to me is that eventually you're going to run off easy structures for ISU to take. There's only mid-outer turret left right now, and mid-outer is going to be really hard if Maryville just group up into the mid lane, and there are multiple members there. Angle, great cleanse.
Oh, well, Scary Jerry actually got hooked in, and because of that, Disconnector's all in here trying to get the kill, but can't. Living with only 50 HP, and because of that, everyone was made in ISU. We said they were doing well, but in a straight-up team fight, they're not going to win here. Drew Dozer has to run for their life, but they are burned. They are dead, 2 in the blink of an eye. Drew Dozer just going to clear the wave, but my gosh, was that close to 50-50 going to Scary Jerry.
And ISU were there first. Orbital, they had more people there, but remember what I said, Angle's hard to lock down because of that cleanse. Angle had flash, and Scary Jerry basically just went, hey, I think I can actually find a kill here. It got way closer than it should have been. But if that works this time, it's only going to get worse for ISU. Dragon, in 10 seconds, Orbital, I don't think we're going to see a team fight.
Listen, I wouldn't put it past ISU with how hard they're trying to fight right now, and you know, in my low IQ solo queue, like what am I? I think I'm like plat right now. I'm sitting there going, yeah, might as well give it a shot. I don't know. I honestly am just sitting here going, I am wondering what happens, as that's going to be a good arrow. But take a look. The CC reduction is there as out goes PCL. Yes, you get the counter strike, but another bomb will take it. Dragon though started up, as you said, giving Dragon over. I don't even think you can go for this this Herald or anything of the sort, right? Or Herald's already down, I lied. Yeah. And there's nothing else on there, so a kill for a Dragon,
100% right, Orbital. You can't be going for this Herald. It's just not there. In about a minute, a bit, Baron will be spawning, though. And when that spawns, ISU will probably not be able to go for that either. I mean, you've got good Shred. You've got Trundle. You've got Ashe with Kraken Slayer. But the problem is more that if MU have any idea it's happening, they will just absolutely run you over. So ISU... You know what? I said it was getting harder for them to get structures, but they got a pick onto DJ Halal, onto PCL there, and they can continue to find picks. One thing that is kind of working in their favor, the silver lining to a very dark cloud, is as Maryville is taking more turrets as well. The lanes are getting longer, and we did say ISU has pretty good globals or cross-map playmaking with their compositions, so maybe they find more picks.
Well... yeah, that's unfortunately a no-no, as Disconnector is quite literally bamboozled. A TP behind with that Jax denies any opportunity to get out. Good run out by Drew Dozer, but that leaves mid completely open. Take a look at the top side as well. Get back, making sure that wave does not crash or cause any complications. And that leaves the rest of MU more than free to fight this mid lane. Cross trying to step up. Grandmaster's Might is going to be used. A little bit of a shell shock in, as that's going to be bounced onto the tower and actually just demolished. A problem occurs as the Amazo goes down onto the tower. Cross is now going to walk their way out. Multiple series in the back. One more could do it, but that's going to be the kill. Amezlo getting a second shutdown here, a third kill for themselves. Look for a fourth, try and lay him down. Arrow goes streaking across, but that's just for a little bit of fun. That's going to be a shockwave to land on Drew Dozer only. Who else is going to be there? Nausicaa! Nausicaa lands another hook. Who can get the kill? No one else is available. available. Cross is going to take the Lantern over, but in comes the
They're
local
kiting.
Retribution. Counter-Strike is back up. A little bit more damage, and Zyko gets the knock-up. Judozer trying their best to hold off, and it is going to be another bomb. They're just feeding the Ziggs over and over and over. Out goes PCL over the wall on a ward, and my gosh, out of nowhere, ISU win a bloody but amazing team fight.
Nausicaa's hooks, both under turret and again onto get back there, were critical for ISU to find their way back in. And that's why, overall, I said earlier, it's kind of hard to push into Meslo. Meslo, before that fight, was what, 2-5? But
I think 1-5. I saw
Did he pick
multiple
up a
kills
true?
go down.
Yeah,
I
that's
think he
right.
did.
But even with that, right, just having the Leandries and having enough mana was good enough. And you saw that the wave clear was hard. And we said before, Maryville's comp is very short range. Let me double down on that. You've got a Callista. The range being short not only affects your team fighting and how close you have to get, but the turret taking as well. And you're seeing that right now when Scary Jerry steps up. There are tools to lock him down. There's the pillar, there's the hook, there's Ash Arrow. And even with the cleanse, you can only cleanse one of those.
Right now, I think MU are starting to gain a little bit more respect. You can see the Rabadon's completed by Meslo and walking over the wards. You know the kind of the damage implication that's going to be coming out here. Not just that, you take a read down the list of MU. They're all pretty dang squishy, right? You look down the list. I think only Jax and the Graves have a decent amount of HP behind them. And for PCL, that's only really if you're alone. You built that Hull Breaker. So really keeping eyes on this one. They are going to have to start playing a little bit more around Getback, who honestly was not there in the fight, so you know may not be a full team fight win, but kind of curious to see what happens here. Disconnector is going to try and rush forward. There was no one else behind us. They're just going to try and crash in. The quickness doesn't really do anything as they just shut that down once again. And a frustrated attempt coming out of Zyko now puts Scary Jerry in a dangerous position. Good dodge on the Mega Inferno bomb. But nothing else will be there. A little bit of bounce on. Great satchel. Did not fall through, but the shockwave landed on two. But now they're right in the middle. Take a look at this bottleneck. Cross is going to get their life denied. Amazo jumps forward with a shotgun. And this time around in the mid lane, it will be round two. Going the way of this MU squad. Meslo trying to step up for a little bit more. A little bit of a bomb out. But, you know, a 1 for 4 is more than enough.
And overall, you know, sure, Meslo's doing a lot of damage with the Rabadon's death cap. But the problem is, Ziggs, a lot of skill shots right there. And as you saw, a lot of it didn't land. Meslo coming back in. No Mega Inferno Bomb, no flash. He's playing with his life.
Oh, I don't think you want to be here. Yeah, that was, you know what? It was an attempt. I can appreciate that. You tried to pull them off. Unfortunately, again, you're a Ziggs. You are a little bit explosive. Any little bit of firepower will take you down. This Baron will go the way of Maryville University as that mid-round team fight said, okay, that might have gone to ISU, but we're right back in the driver's seat.
Fight's not completely over yet, Orbital. As Dragons come in 5 seconds, ISU is sprinting their way there, but Maryville wants to be there as well. You saw what they can do if they're grouped up. We've not really seen a full 5v5 team fight. It's always been a pick which kind of goes sideways. This time, MU should be able to get all 5 there. Should be able to. Scary Jerry's lagging a little bit behind.
Let's just keep eyes on that arrow. Disconnector has also been good. Good hook coming out here. Draws him away. Zyko's going to get in backline, but can't get to the critical disconnector. But it still doesn't matter as front to back goes wonders for MU. Good knockup from Judozer into the unstoppable onslaught. Keeps them all in range, but the double kill still is going to do a ridiculous amount. As the Counter-Strike grabs 3, Judozer is going to get a kill from beyond death. As that will be a fall through. Disconnector will not die, but remember, the difference is going to be this shockwave following through. Get back says, thank you very much. You cannot walk by the walls. And yes, the kills are 3-3, but the Dragon so critically will go Maryville's way.
Those 3-3 are not equal. Look at the slivers of health Disconnector and Nausicaa had. They played that so well. They kited out DJ Halal there. But again, Maryville actually wasn't fully in position to pull the trigger. That fight started for V5, but it's just small advantages that Maryville keeps picking up. They keep winning these fights. They got Ocean Soul this time. That will help a lot towards their tankiness. They've still got a minute and a half of Baron Orbital. Let's see what they can achieve with that. There's very little freestanding gold. There's a mid-inner turret they could probably rush if they wanted. It is kind of low, but I don't think they're actually going to be able to knock at the inhibitors with this particular Baron buff.
You say that, and they're going to do it just to try and, like, prove you wrong. I feel they're just like, listen, we got everything. We don't know. I mean, they've also been more than willing to fight, which I really do appreciate, right?
Yeah.
My personal gripe has always been teams that when they have a lead, which, let's be honest, this is a lead, you don't try and force with it. And I think at this point, as you said, with that soul in hand, you get tankiness. Zyko now with over 2k HP, you should be able to help tank out. You should be able to make your way forward, and we have to keep eyes on these ways to see what really breaks out. Right now, though, in the jungle, it's going to be a little bit of a dance as Vision is currently fought over. Yes, the pink ward is taken away, but still, it is, for Maryville, a push forward. Ooh, is this going to be a chance? Nah, I think they're out. I don't think they're going to force that.
Yeah, they can't right now. If they commit too many people onto PCL, it will take too long to kill him. Most importantly, Disconnector isn't there. Disconnector is the one who's really going to be able to shred him. Another hook. Nausicaa has been landing hook after hook when it just doesn't matter.
And now, taking a look on the other side, though, that's going to be a great catch on the back end. Great catch onto one of the primary members. Remember, that shockwave is so crucial. And because you're down, Mazel gets run down as well. Hey, 2 Barons off in the blink of an eye.
But you know what? Hey, Maryville proved me wrong. They did get onto the turret. They didn't take it, but they did manage to get onto it. And ISU, they just keep finding manufacturing these picks right now. And that's what's keeping them in the game. And frankly, at this point, I've got to call it Maryville a little bit. I think Maryville is playing a little bit too loose. They have the lead. They're trying to play aggressive, but they're kind of throwing that lead a little bit and giving ISU a chance to come back in. This push is massive. And if you mess up again like this, they're into your base. You mess up twice like this, they could be on your Nexus. We are getting towards that mid-late game point orbital where towers go down really quickly.
I mean, when you got a Ziggs, yeah, that should happen. If your Ziggs is not tower pressing like crazy, which at that point, yes, the Ziggs was not, that is always in the back of your mind. So taking a look at the state of things, as we take a little bit of a breath, Illinois, they've currently been able to also grab some grievous wounds. You saw the immediate purchase of the Bramble Vest and the sword in the bucket for Disconnector. Item taxes have been granted, and now it's just about finding those opportunities. ISU currently stacking in mid with Meslo still off on the sideline.
Now, Orbital earlier mentioned that you're happy that Maryville seems to be constantly looking for fights because your personal gripe was teams that sit back when they've got the lead. Well, Maryville's entire comp wants to fight. So, they're still actively looking to make something happen. Baron's coming up in a minute 40. That's going to be one place that Maryville can look to try and funnel 5. The other one is going to be Elder in 2.5 minutes. And at that one, ISU will have to show up. So I want to see what ISU are actually going to do for the next little while. Maryville's not in a rush. If you can find a fight, great. But the fact that they're sending Get Back to split push tells me that they are waiting for timers this time.
It's a breath of fresh air for what's been going on this entire time, right? We're only 28 minutes into this game, and we already have 42 kills on the board. That is a ridiculously nasty number of just death.
I didn't even realize
right?
that.
Yeah, it feels much later in the game, and it's not. These teams have been engaging time and time again. This is honestly the first time outside of early game that we've seen the teams breathe. So taking a look here, ISU need to sprint back on board. They have a minute on Baron to get their vision line further. You can take a look. It's still very close to their own base.
I think for ISU, as you mentioned, if you can get a pick, that's great. But the fallback plan for them is to stall out Baron. Ideally, you want Baron and Elder to be up at the same time. At that point, maybe you can try and look at Elder while Maryville are taking Baron. If you can take the Elder, that's worth the trade. Though Maryville might just choose to go to Elder at that point. But it gives you more opportunities, more chances at least, to try and find a pick. I would hate to see ISU hard commit to this Baron and end up losing because of it. I don't think the Baron's worth it for them.
It's there to try and get the kill. It's not there to actually take. Don't let yourselves get too narrow-minded. Don't tunnel vision in. You can see here on the side, this level 16 versus level 14 might be a key factor, as well as, honestly, we haven't seen a 1v1 between these two in quite some time. And so, especially with the Holebreaker and Bucket, we're seeing that difference right now, though. A corralling coming in, as surprisingly, ISU actually have the inside track on this mid lane. And again, when you can't pressure against this Baron, you can actually look to try and bully out in your own way. But look at that junk coming out here. This is PCL saying, I will take this tower. And now it's a hard push against a hard push. Are we actually getting a Baron a base race right now? You can see the tower going down in the mid lane. It's going to be a recall 4v4 versus 1v1. And we have to keep eyes here. This is, again, Judozer taken down to about half HP. And yes, there is no lethal tempo, but it is enough to do the damage. Zyko has to jump away. Cross is going to back away as well. No inhibitor goes down, but that's going to be a TP. Now a double TP coming in here, but Judozer is going to be way more healthy. Bomb comes in, doesn't really do any damage. And a softball onslaught hits the back line. That's going to be enough. In comes the recall with the Fate. That's going to be a bongo. Missile gets the kill. Get back is down. Get back is down. down. They're going to try and rush it. That's the game.
enough?
Psycho is
It's
just
not
watching on the back line, but you can't do that because, again, there are multiple carries on this team of Maryville. The kills come through. The slaughter is done as Maryville University take the battle.
Took 30 minutes Orbital, but man, actually, did Maryville get the fight they wanted? It didn't even, it still felt like a 4v5 because of how quickly Drew Dozer got in there, but it's the fight they needed. Maybe not the fight they wanted. They're going to push in. Mezzo gets caught, and that should be lights out.
Able to get away. Thankfully, Saracen Race is good, and a nice satchel to deny. Once again, you can't counter-strike a tower shot, and you can't counter-strike 2. Instead, Mezzo is going to try and wave clear as hard as possible, and take a look at that damage. Yes, you cleared the minions, but take a look at the supers coming in here. HP, though, is low on the rest of the members, and because the death timers are up, you are going to try and back away. Now, you have to worry. Elder is going to be coming up. This is a danger. Baron or Elder? Elder in the eyes of MU.
And I guess, overall, this is the difference at the highest levels between good and great teams. Because ISU has been showing us some incredible individual heroics to make things happen. Drew Dozer forcing that fight to try and find the pick. Meslo with the beautiful satchel charges, the hooks that have been coming out. Ooh. Arrow goes through the uprights, and oh, you cannot be chasing this ISU.
They're going to try, but I think that might be their downfall. Cross with a little bit of HP difference is going to try and run away. The rest of the team is going to try and branch their way in. Scary Jerry is going to be taken quite low. The bomb is going to land on your head. But again, the cut down, the ability to nuke you when you had 25% HP left, it is a problem. Because of that, the chase on Mezlo's life will commence. Or at least the clearing of the jungle. You got the kills that you want. You had 2 inhibitors down. You might as well look to end the game.
Here we go again. They tried last time, but this time they've got longer death timers. They're a bit closer. Meslo is back in base. Can he wave clear?
Let's see what they can do right now. Only a caster minion. Now the rest of the wave streaks their way in, and this is going to be a problem. Look at the auto attacks. The potion on Get Back is running rampant. Meslo goes into the stasis, but I mean, you really can't do too much. Amazo with the shotgun to the back is going to get the kill. Cross is now going to get eaten up right outside of the fountain. A counter strike will take their life as Get Back tacks on a 9th. The inhibitor is down. The Nexus towers are down, and the game is over as Maryville take game 1.
Orbital, we did say that a lot would be decided in the early game between these two teams, unfortunately. And as good as ISU played their mid-game, like we said, individual heroics from Meslo, from Nausicaa, from Drew Dozer, amazing, right? Like, they found such good plays, but they were just so far behind. They were down on average, I think, about 50 CS in all their lanes, which is just too big to come back from. And Maryville, they're showing their stuff. Yeah, okay, not the cleanest of plays. They were forcing their hand a little bit too hard towards the end there. But it doesn't matter. When you've got that big a lead coming off laning, you can afford to brute force your way to a win like that.
And brute force they did in a style that we were not expecting. In a draft so fast, it was done in the blink of an eye. In a game that was bloody to all. I enjoyed it. ISU, maybe not so much. We'll see if they can bounce back here and look for a Game 2 victory to push to a Game 3, or if Maryville will continue the trend of stomping or getting stomped. At this point, you can't really get stomped because it'll go to Game 3. Don't go anywhere, NECC. We'll be right back in just a little bit.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss Boosley cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you got nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worrying, oh, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic, no, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher.
pushing my limits and all the drive that I have. Well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread. Well, I built a resistance with you.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here ready to go with a game number 2. Game number 1 was bloody as all heck. If you were here expecting a nice, clean game going on until about 30 minutes before we get first blood, haha, jokes at Worlds. We are not having that here. This is brutality, and I love it. ISU tried to make a comeback after a very rough early game, but, I mean, Maryville just had the gold lead at the end.
I have a very mixed feelings about that game, Bordo, because on one hand, fast pace did not suit the composition, I think, that ISU had and wanted to play. But on the other hand, the fast pace was, I think, what gave them opportunities to find some of those picks onto Maryville. So kind of mixed. Going into game 2, though, I really do think ISU might benefit from slowing it down if they can survive the laning phase. Because again, it wasn't Amazo kind of popping off and getting the lanes ahead. No, the lanes were individually winning, which, hey, if you can't deal with that, then that's step 1 of any sort of game plan, right? Is to make sure that you can survive the laning phase.
And it's a problem that might persist going into game number 2 as well. Taking a look at things, as you said, ISU indexed a little bit more towards that mid to late game, which was comfort, right? The drat felt very comfortable for them. It seemed like it was right up their alley, but that has already proven not to work. And I think we need to take a look at the lane that unfortunately had a massive target on its back. Meslo had a rough time on this first blind pick Ziggs. I don't think we're seeing that again.
Well, so the Ziggs blind was actually a flex pick, right? We know Disconnector plays a lot of Ziggs. This is second most played champion this split in solo queue. So I think the Ziggs is fine. The problem actually to me is, for a change to the other side, the Orianna. I think you actually ban the Orianna to take it away from Getback, because Getback's just way too clean on it. But if you want to ban it, think about what bans ISU had. Blue side again, same as game 1. Oh, okay, no, there we go. Actually on the red side. The bans they had were Jace, Belveth, and Lilia. And now you can't even say leave it open and first pick it because you are red side. So if you do ban that, what are you actually going to open up?
Well, the surprising thing is we're not even going to see that. That is off the table. And here's the thing. It's surprising that they do that, but it makes sense at the same time, right? You take a look at the wave clear that came out on that Ziggs. It was one of the main reasons that ISU were even allowed to push out from the base. So I can respect it. In terms of individual laning phase, though, it doesn't need to. So we know why they banned it out. At least that. Taking a look at the rest of the bans here, considering that they banned out, it was the J4, the Cassante, as well as the Jinx. You're now swapping out either the Cassante or Jinx for this Ziggs pick. So very, very interested to see what that third ban is and what they say is necessary on the roll, though ISU keeping it the same.
Yeah, and considering that they blinded the Jax pretty much after pinching the top pool, I think they can afford to kind of do that again for Maryville if they wanted to on the blue side. So I think I'd much rather see the Cassante ban and then first pick the Jinx. Okay, they've gone the Jinx ban instead. So I guess Cassante is an even safer blind, but I don't think it's first pick worthy.
Well, it depends on the ISK, right? Because we've been talking about the Jinx still being a high priority pick, and the fact that you have stated, hey, we can't take it even on blue side says something else. Same bans for ISU, completely the same. So keep that one in mind, and they are going to blind pick that Cassante a little bit against your well wishes, but they're going to do it.
Okay, Cassante is very strong, and I think people have kind of refigured that out. The newest patch, they've raised that base threshold for his health for the shortest cooldown on his Q. But yeah, this is what I was thinking. It's like, if you first pick Cassante, you lose that Orianna, and Getback has been so clean on it. I don't know if ISU necessarily have an answer. I don't think a lot of teams necessarily have an answer to that. And now, because you first pick Cassante, you've given Orianna over. The big question now is, what is the answer that Maryville have? They've shown how strong Orianna is. Now, can they show if there's a way to beat this Orianna at this level?
Yeah, and to give in mind, please keep in mind the actual teams are MU on blue and ISU on red. At least that's what we believe here. As the names down below will get changed later on, we will have that fixed in game for you. So really keep that one in mind as we are seeing a shift for that reference, though. That does mean the Orianna actually goes the opposite direction, and the Cassante goes for the MU squad. With the Zyra Khan bullying coming out here, this was another thing, right? You're taking a look at Scary Jerry and Zyko. They had some moments in the bot lane as well.
Yeah, but they were largely in control, right? That Callista for Scary Terry was an absolute menace. And now we've got the Zaya, which is probably the strongest AD carry in the patch. Okay. Drew Dozer has been playing a lot of Garen. And we've seen what Garen can do, on the world stage. Adam was picking that one there, fulfilling his god's destiny. And this was banned against Judozer in game 1. So I really like that on the red side, R3, you can pick it. You're running into Cassante. You can deal with that. And then now you can kind of just pinch out the support pool a little bit more. The bot side, you can't really pinch the bot. If anything, I actually think Maryville is going to pinch out the AD carry role here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that makes the most sense. We do talk about the likes of Zaya and the fact that sometimes there's an answer back.
Man?
But that is going to be a Zillion ban coming out here. MU sending it straight towards Nausicaa, which is surprising in its own right. What else are they going to ban? It's a silence targeting that mid.
Is it Nausicaa? If I see a Zillion ban, I think Tempos immediately. Tempos is infamous for his Zillion. Like, he's not a Zillion one trick, but Zillion is by far his most played champion. So I wonder if we actually have a substitution coming in with Tempos in game 2.
Oh, we'll double check that one, and of course, once we get in the game, we will have that info. But I think that should immediately confirm your suspicions there, RMC. So we will get confirmation from our production and make sure of that fact. But if that's true, that does throw a little bit of a shift, because honestly, Nausicaa was one of the main reasons ISU were able to make it back. Those hooks were disgusting. But with the Zillion band off, as well as the Aphelios, it is targeting that bot lane disconnector, and Nausicaa, or disconnector and Tempos, we believe for the current moment, will have a interesting time against the Zaya Rakan.
And now for ISU, what AD carry do you pick is my big question. Supports, you still have options, right? There's still Rel if you want to play that into the Rakan. You can still go with things like Nautilus. Vayne feels like a really ballsy pick into something like a Zaya, especially something like a Zaya. Zaya is great for two things. One is safety. Featherstorm gives her a dodge away from a lot of sort of burst damage things. The thing she's really good at, zone control. You step too closer, she blade calls, you're stuck. And that is a skill. I don't care if you're invisible as a Vayne. If you get hit by that, you're locked down. And your tumble does not give you enough space to get out from that cone of Featherstorm. So, Disconnector's feeling himself with this pick.
This feels so solo queue-esque, because you look down the row for ISU, and it's straight up like all these, ego pick kind of things, right? Like, if I'm playing top lane, I'm going Garen. I'm going to style on them. If I'm going mid lane, I'm picking the strongest thing there, which is, in many people's opinion, the Orianna. I'm picking the Vayne to try and style them as well. And then MU immediately flop on the same side. Hey, if you're going to style, we're going to style. Let's bring out the Akali. Let's bring out that Viego. Let's tango with the best of them. I mean, at this point, go a brand... No, not a brand support. Please don't do a brand support, for the love of God. Lulu, though, I think is a very appropriate answer. Go ahead and get that power duo in the bot lane. If you get rolling, you kick butt.
Yeah, and Lulu is not going to just be nice only for Vayne. Well, first of all, you've got double support, right? With Orianna shield, Vayne's going to get a really nice, big, chunky shield there. But it's also really good for Garen, on the other hand, because now he can really spin in to win. And if he's in there and unkillable and doing damage, you don't have time to get distracted by that Vayne. So I like the idea from ISU. I'm still not a fan of the Vayne pick, but I do like the Lulu Orianna with a hyper carry Vayne, with a Garen who can kind of really tank up. What's interesting to me is Maryville, because as you called Orbital, the fact that we're slamming a Kali here, that's not the safe pick. You see a Vayne, you can pick something with point and click CC in the mid lane to try and lock down the target, and that's an easy answer. You pick an Akali, that's a skill-based champion. You're saying that I can out-hands you. Can an Akali beat a Vayne? Oh, for sure, if the Akali has better hands. And you pick a Viego as well, another sort of burst-style champion to come through. You're really trying to burst through all these shields. You're really trying to shut down this Vayne, and you're saying that the biggest threat on ISU is this squishy AD carry. We'll deal with Garen later. That's going to be, Scary Jerry's problem. That's the Zaya's problem. The rest of us, our problem is Disconnector.
And taking that into account, there are a lot of question marks, right? So number one, of course, that mid lane is one that we'll get to at some point. And that one, I think we already know. Meslo hopefully will have a better game. In that bot lane, though, I feel we're going to have much more of a gaze from the jungler. Remember, the gaze that came down from both junglers in game number 1 was one of opportunity. We saw Amazo take a little bit of a chunk. Hey, we can walk in, we can get a kill. At this point, you're focused on it. You're either ganking or counter ganking, because both lanes want to get ahead. Like, this is very scary. Both sides want fire, and both junglers are now forced into this predicament.
I think the first 2 kills, Amazo didn't even get into them, because the lanes, he was pathing towards it, but the lanes had already finished most of the action before Amazo had gotten there. So for Maryville, they're fine. I'm not worried about their lanes whatsoever, because if your lanes are winning already, then Amazo can do whatever he wants. If he wants to just power farm all the way as Viego, heck, that's your prerogative. My bigger issue is what happens with Cross for ISU, because he was rock solid. He didn't feed any of the kills over, but he also wasn't able to stop a lot of those kills from his team from going over. So Cross, with this Maokai now, Maokai has some pretty good early ganks. The saplings can be used to check bushes, can be used to give some vision to protect your team. So I want to see how Cross is able to handle the early game, because I'm still looking at him to be, that big difference in this early game, the one who's going to stabilize after what happened in game 1.
And the fact that you went for that Maokai a little bit more, as you said, a little bit more security, a little bit more ease of execution, right? The Trundle from before, great damage dealer, great ability to kind of challenge, but the Maokai signals to me, hey, you're going to be getting information, you're going to be ganking in those lanes, so that I think is a great addition as well. Follow that up behind that mid lane now, Meslo on a champion that is well known as being the all-around safe pick. You're going up against that Akali. How does that break down? Do we see Meslo unfortunately die, another 3 or 4 times, or are we going to see a much safer setup? And hopefully Meslo gets out of laning phase in a somewhat decent fashion.
Hey, bro, what are your thoughts on Orianna as a lane bully or a turret diver?
Not that great. Not that great. Bully, yes, though.
Okay, you know who's really good at diving turrets?
Yeah.
You want to know my thoughts on that match? I think it's going to be really, really rough for Meslo. And maybe I'm wrong, right? Maybe Meslo on this Orianna is going to be able to play safe, poke out Akali, because early levels, Akali is still vulnerable. She is a melee champion. Yes, she's got the 5-point strike on the Shuriken, but it's not that long a range. You outrange as Orianna. The problem is level 6. If Akali's able to start trading heavily with Orianna, if you misposition the ball, well, then you might just lose your life. And the snowball to Akali is a lot heavier. If Meslo messes up the lane once, pre-6, or like once post-6, I could very easily see Get Back just turret diving him repeatedly, farming him under turret. And if that Akali gets rolling, it's not just Meslo's problem. It's everybody on ISU who's going to have that problem.
So much to think about, even with the Beyblades in the top lane. That Garen coming out here and possibly giving us a what for. We're going to be in for some fun. PCL running their way forward on the Cassante, a blind Cassante, if you will. And I mean, the answer of the Garen will be one to see. I'm amazed and excited and hopeful that we will see a game number 3, because we want to see ISU be able to get out of this situation. They are currently sitting at 3rd. If they lose here, possibly falling out of the running for the playoff set. I mean, at this point, Maryville, though, just looking for a clean exit, either 2-0 or 0-2. And at this point, you're gunning for that former. Of course, the lovers in the bot lane will be fun to watch, as well as Scary Jerry and Zyko have put on a show. But I mean, I'm overall just curious of who's really going to get that first blood. Is it going to be a question mark in that mid lane? Is it
going to be in the jungle?
Crazy, or is it going to be in the jungle here? Well, I mean, they don't really have CC, so like Get Back's just like, really, you're going to try and do that to me?
Get Back's just warming up his reflexes a little bit, just daring them to try and do anything to him whatsoever. Now, let's talk on the top lane a little bit, because I was not sold on this Cassante first pick. Don't get me wrong. I think Cassante is a good champion. I just don't think he's necessarily B1 worthy. So, for PCL to impress me, Pi must lane. PML, not PCL. Not just can lane, must lane here. You must win out. I don't care that you got counterpicked. You picked the B1 Cassante. That's a new friend.
Right. And also taking into account, we did say we were going to check on this. It is tempos.
Oh, yes.
In that bot lane. That is why this was done. So go ahead and kind of explain this to us.
Why they picked why they're using tempos game 2? I don't know.
Well, no. Just the difference. Just the difference. Come on. What does tempos bring? Well,
okay. Tempos, I think it says a lot that the moment I saw the Zillion ban, I was thinking tempos right away. Like, he's very, very well known for his ability to play Zillion and the enchanters as well. So having him play this Zulu, I think is going to be really good. Heavy trading in the top lane. Are they actually going to die here?
We were talking about it, and both of them back away with 100. Oh, come on. You can't back away like that. That is such if you're going to play top lane, you got to have those cojones. Unfortunately, both of them back away. Judozer will actually enjoy that extent, because, again, the innate regen here. Cross is going to be walking up, though, and this is PCL. May not be in the greatest spot. Need to have that Q go down, and now with it done, only level 2, doesn't really have the dash out. This should be first blood. How much time can you waste? You were able to get level 3 on both ends. So I think this is going to be that kill, but can you take one more good stun? Not going to happen. First blood goes way across.
I feel vindicated that PCL, sorry, PCL, you B1 Cassante. But for ISU, this is what I'm talking about with Cross. Great bounce back. This is why I guess they said that he's very reliable. You can see no nerves from game one whatsoever, not too worried about it, and just great response, right? Knowing that, hey, MU wants to trade very heavily in lane. Well, Drew, if you can trade just as well, then we can go in for the gank. And Amazo wasn't expecting that. Amazo's more used to his lanes winning out and then being able to follow up Disconnector and Sherry in the 1v1.
I'm not sure you like that. Good shield in, heal to come out, and a flash forward and a flash away. Honestly, though, still, that was Scary Jerry getting the better of it. If Tempos was not there, Disconnector 100% wouldn't have their summoner spells and wouldn't have their life.
And that was clutch. You're asking why Tempos and what the difference is for Tempos? I guess that's one of them, right? The Enchanter play, getting their clutch in time to get that shield up. Yeah, if not, Disconnector dies there. And now you've got the flash out of Scary Jerry as well. Oh.
A happy one.
Saw
Mid
this
lane,
before.
though. Flash or flash.
saw this
Auto attack
before.
should take it. One more.
No!
Oh, is it going to be there? No, you're
The
lying. The
minions!
minions. The minions get the kill. Get back. We'll take a kill in the mid lane. Not by their own skill, though. By your cousins out there, RMC. They are helping MU get a lead in this game.
You know, I was saying that we've seen this before. We did not see this last game. Last game, it was red side, yes. It was Oriana, yes. But it was Get Back getting the kills. This time, Meslo down to inches. The fact that it was minions that finished him off was rough. And keep in mind, I said, you mess up pre-6 against the Akali, your life gets really, really hard.
And that's going to be such a danger. So now we get to watch here as again, you have nothing. You are nothing. You are dead. This is the start of an unfortunate game 2 for Meslo.
Maryville got the hints of a lead, and they secured it immediately. 5-minute gank into the mid lane, or I guess 4:30 gank into the mid lane orbital from jungler and support. Great, you can do that. That was probably already going to happen around that timer. However, the fact that Meslo died and TP'd back into the lane, that's what seals the deal. And I love that Maryville instantly made the call that, hey, we killed Meslo. He's down a level. He's TPing back in. Collapse set him further behind. And now Meslo kind of just farm on the turret and pray that Get Back can't get appropriate poke. And even if you survive that way, Get Back's going to have roam, going to have priority on these early objectives.
And then also, just the icing on the cake, remember what an Akali likes to do post level 6. We'll dive you consistently. Yep. And if you are a level or a level and a half behind, that Oriana shield ain't gonna do jack. Meslo is in by far the worst angle that could possibly occur as an Oriana mid lane, and it's just pain. So for right now, we will keep eyes on how that breaks out. For right now, we will take a look at the other lane states as PCL is somewhat even in the CS department. Bot lane, Scary Jerry have an extended CS lead over their counterpart.
Ooh, it's getting a little bit hairy here, but I actually want to talk a little bit about top overall, because as much flack as I've been giving PCL for the Kasante pick, what I do need to highlight is if PCL goes even in lane, that's fine. That's basically a win as far as concerned, because Garen is one of the ultimate lane bullies in the game. He somewhat skills, as we've seen. You know, you can build damage items on him and he can be a menace, but you're just kind of handshaking with the Kasante. Kasante is going to be an absolute unit later on. It's going to be a lot more difficult. So the fact that PCL is going pretty much even or even ahead in CS is actually a really good sign for MU.
Oh, well, the other lane that we haven't talked about isn't a lane at all. It is going to be that jungle as Cross gets crisscrossed. Can't do anything as Amazo takes their first kill of the game.
And that's just off the bot pressure, right? The fact that the Zaya Rakan is winning out so heavily and Disconnector and Tempos are being shoved off turret right now. They completely have to back up. The moment Cross died, they were like, okay, Amazo's here. Amazo's level 6. Sure, might have used the out on Cross already, but just the threat and the ability for Rakan and Zaya to juggle aggro so effectively means that it's not safe.
Oh, and I mean, this is turning out like game number 1. Yes, it may be a bit slower, but I feel like we're going to feel that snowball come in very, very quickly. Once again, Dragon now being started up by Amazo after getting that kill, still sitting on that Caulfield's Warhammer. It's, this is looking good, once again. Of course, we won't see the Ocean Soul, though. Maybe we get the Infernal, maybe we get the Hex deck. I don't know. I would like a much more exciting Soul. I would love it.
You just want to see the world burn, don't you?
I do. Listen, I love it. Listen, I come from fire. I enjoy it. It's so much fun. I want to see fire. Dang it. I think that's either a Chemtech or Hex deck next.
Okay, I can't tell because I don't know what the second trick is.
Right. We'll see when it's taken. We'll see when it's taken. Oh, Chemtech. That's Chemtech.
How can you tell? Wait. Oh, you saw,
I
you
saw
saw
a
the
glimpse. Yeah, I
Okay.
saw a glimpse. If you looked past the portrait of Get Back absolutely rolling mid lane, you see the Chemtech thing.
Okay, fair enough. And that's why I had the play-by-play, because you can spot those sort of details in the second we had and flicked across. Yes, I see it now. So Herald being started up. Now, it's not quite the same as last game. Oh, hold on. This connector. They might just collapse in on this.
Oh, they're looking at it right now. It is a level 4 Zyko looking at Tempos. Tempos scaling their way quickly out of that fight.
Didn't even have to burn flash. That's massive. If he had to burn flash, they might actually have hard committed for that. Now, what I did want to say, Orbital, is the difference between this game, early game, and last game's early game. Last game, ISU was still finding ways to sort of clap back, if you will. They were still able to, take Herald. And Maryville was taking a lot of risks. This time, did Get Back get all of that?
No.
Oh, okay.
I think
Cross
Get Back
secured it?
got the big, though. That was the rough one. That's why I was like, oh, Cross was trying so hard.
You know what? Cross is counter jungling anyways. If you can get it, great. Onto Zyko.
And then this, right? Like, the anger coming out here. And can't even get the ult. Instead, Cross is now in a dangerous spot. Might have to flash away. Topside PCL getting shredded here. And it is going to try and dance away out. Judozer doesn't want to commit, though.
Yeah, and for Druidos, you're not at the critical threshold for you to execute with the Mass Injustice just yet. So just, we're gonna wait a little bit before you do that. Now, bot lane, to me, is still where the pressure is, right? Great disengage coming through from ISU, but there was a 3v2 and you had to disengage. They're under turret. Just got absolutely worked over by those feathers. And remember last time when Cross died, Disconnector and Tempos had to leave? I am worried that Cross and Tempos have to leave right now. They are diveable.
A forced disconnect, the feather shredding the Ethernet cable. Just no, you're not allowed to play for the next 20 seconds. Now it's a bot lane dive. This is continuing. Tempos uses both flash and heal to try and run away. It might not be enough, though, as this dive is going a little bit awry. Viego didn't actually tank anything, and because of that, Zyko and Scary Jerry can't really follow through. Amazo says, okay, let's back away. Let's go be safe. Disconnector, though, watching.
I don't know about this one, Chief.
Flashes over the wall, and a flash to follow will be that kill. Rolling back in, but a flash to follow behind as Amazo gets that Heartbreaker, shuts down Disconnector. You get one kill as soon as you come back alive, and you know what? Little bit of vindication.
You know what? If you could have traded 1 for 1 and get that kill on Disconnector, that's a win, as far as I'm concerned, for ISU. But they traded 2 for 1. That is not worth, unfortunately. And in the mid lane, we're seeing Mezzo get bullied out by Get Back. Get Back has out available. Mezzo just has to base, and even under this hurt, I'm a little bit worried. Okay, if that 5-strike had landed, Mezzo's dead right away. So things are going very, very much awry for ISU. The one lane keeping them afloat is Drew Dozer in that top lane. But despite the fact that, he's pressuring, we're constantly seeing him push PCL in, he's only gotten 1 plate so far. The CS is even. And like I said before, Pai's job here isn't to dominate the lane, it isn't to kill Drew Dozer. If he goes even, his job's done.
And that's why we're seeing this extended 3.2k lead. It is getting a little bit ridiculous now, as honestly, Get Back has done something that I love, which is the threat of the ult instead of the ult itself, right? The threat of the ult will actually burn a lot of time, which I love the fact about this. Early in the game, if you actually force your opponent to recall, I think you make them miss more time, right? Yes, it's not optimal because you want the 300 gold, but it's kind of fun to think about, right? You deny them so much time in lane if you just don't actually kill them. But for right now, though, it is going to be a little bit of a difference as bot lane is just being taken over by MU. As much as I want to deep dive analyze this, I don't think MU is going to give us a chance.
I wonder what the comms are right now for MU. I mean, I love the fact that they are just sitting in this bot lane trying to shut down Disconnector, because we sit in draft, right? The big job for MU is shut down Disconnector. Meslo, we'll worry about them later, and Drudozer is not going to be as big a threat. But Amazo has only been in this bot lane over. I can't remember the last time I've seen him on that top side of the map. He's just always down there threatening. And because of that, Cross is stuck down here. And Cross is not farming his jungle. That's not his jungle. That's Amazo's jungle right now. Look at this.
When the largest CS lead is between the junglers, you know things have gone
Cross
wrong.
secured it.
By the way, Drew Dozer is trying to proxy farm as best they can. They are currently sitting in the middle of the enemy territory. It's not working. Normally, you would see someone be drawn over by that proxy. It's not happening. The control on the bot side negates that almost entirely. And the fact that we already see PCL having a grand old time, right? The farming does not make a difference. So with everything that's going down, this dragon will be up in just a few seconds, and already we can see Amazo now targeting that mid lane, getting out of that bottom lane. Meslo in trouble, gonna get dove here, and I think you are just dead. Yeah,
the shockwave catches. Oh, hold on, Zyko might be picked.
No, you're good. You're good.
I was just thinking if the Maokai outlands, maybe they can find it. No, Cross, this is not okay.
Well, Trudozer
Doesn't get it!
flashes away from Demacian Justice. I wasn't expecting that one. With that kill in the mid lane, it's 2 for 0 as they follow through. Trudozer trying to run away, but you get stunned up, and now the Heartbreaker on your life. As things turn on its head, the tower dive to run away, to turn back for round 3, decimates ISU's attempts. Scary Jerry looking, cutting off Disconnector's chances, and because remember, they flash ghosted to try and get that kill on Zyko early on, has to get to their teammate. Is able to get out with the wild growth, but I mean, you give up so much bot lane tower plates as well as that dragon.
I'm just shocked that Disconnector actually managed to get out of that situation when you were getting collapsed on everywhere. But even if they had killed Zyko, even if Trudozer got the ult off, it doesn't matter. You still trade it 2 for 1 and all the map pressure in the world. Maryville gets to push in wherever they want. And this is very different from game 1. Maryville is not being sloppy. They are not making mistakes. They are playing on the edge, but they are on the right edge this time. ISU just can't find the kills. And now look at Meslo. Oh my goodness.
It reminds me, game number 1 was like snowboarding down a double black diamond, right? You don't really know the path, and it's going to get hairy, but you're going to go for it. You're going to go 60 miles an hour. You're going to go crazy. Game number 2, it's like a bunny slope, and you're beelining it at 80 miles an hour, and you are slowing yourself down just to get ready for the speed drop. They're just setting themselves up for a grand exit of this game, right? 9-2. At 14.5 minutes, you're looking at a 5.4k lead. Right now, PCL is allowed to help farm in the mid lane. They're allowed to allocate all their resources everywhere they really like with no repercussions.
Yeah, if anything, this is Maryville just making sure Trudozer doesn't get to keep taking, well, I guess plates are down. We're past the 14-minute mark, right? Doesn't get any more chip damage on that turret. Oh, Scary Jerry? No 1v1?
Well, you did talk about this. However, the safety net was here. The safety net of Amazo and Zyko coming from off screen.
Well, what was I thinking? I think it's a sign of how much like oh, hold up, Meslo is dead even through the flash.
I mean, you can't flash an auto attack. I think everyone learns that from like level 1, right?
I don't know, man. I've seen some level 30s, but
all right, that's fair. Don't talk about my solo queue game. That's not nice. That's not nice.
So yeah, I mean, okay. So Meslo getting that just shouldn't happen. Kasante should not be able to do that to an Orianna in lane. Like, Meslo has the zoning, has the turret behind him. And the fact that now PCL is able to do that, that's a problem. Topside Trudozer, I again want to finish my point that I think that the fact that I even thought Scary Jerry might go for the 1v1 just tells you how ahead Scary Jerry is and how good he is, right? Normally, your AD carry stands no chance against the Garen if the Garen can reach you. But I genuinely thought for a second, Scary Jerry might win this 1v1 right now. He is that far ahead. But what was I thinking? It's Maryville. They've got the backup there. So ISU, they're desperately trying to find something, but it seems like no matter what the lane configuration is, you just don't have good lanes anymore. Disconnector doesn't have a safe lane. Meslo doesn't have a safe lane. Trudozer, sure, he can farm against DJ Halal, against PCL, but Maryville is never going to give him that lane comfortably anymore. If they do, it's because they're making pressure somewhere else.
And I think that explains why, right there on your screen, the gold lead is insurmountable in certain areas, right? Like, you're looking at 7.6k differences versus, on the other side, one person, 2 people breaking through 5k, only 1 breaking through 6k. That is the gold difference. This is what we call gold slinging in my world, right? You are literally taking your fat wallet and just slapping them around. Nothing you do will really cause a problem, even if you die here. That's why Zyko is playing so far ahead and just being like, I can dance to your face. You can't do anything. I'll give you a heart and walk away.
And with Herald charging in as well, ISU is going to try and defend the best they can. They will be able to stop any further push, but the big question is, look at how quick Maryville is to rotate. ISU is going to lose something else somewhere. What is it they're going to lose? Is it going to be that top turret because Judo's are to rotate down? Is it going to be Disconnector's life?
Oh, well, it might be Amazo's, as that's an attempt at a flash. I mean, I can appreciate it. Cross looking for it. However, you might have gotten your bot lane in a dangerous spot. Tempos has to flash away. Over the wall, Amazo goes. This is the Heartbreaker to work. Wild Growth ain't going to do anything as Amazo tries to get the stun. Hey, you actually got out of range. One more attack. We'll take it. No, the Q, the spike, the spear through your life. GG's there, as that's the first death for Tempos of the game.
Yeah, Tempo's been doing a great job dodging everything out. This bot lane in general has been doing a great job considering the pressure put down. But yeah, what's the term that you were saying earlier? Gold slinging?
Yes, gold slinging is probably my favorite term in some of these situations.
Yeah, that's exactly what we got to see right there. Disconnect. No.
Yeah, like that, and then this.
Come on,
like
bro.
this is 100% gold slinging. This is their gold lead, just being like, we can do whatever we want.
No, hold up. I can live with Scary Jerry killing Disconnector. Like, there is a very large gap there, but PCL just solo Drew Dozer. What?
It's, you said you felt some vindication for what your statements were earlier, and then PCL's just like, nah, don't worry about it. I will go ahead and win this. Just straight up crushing that top lane matchup. This is, again, a snowball of snowballs. Cross trying to step up, trying to look for a chance at just killing Zyko. You can see it there, the Q not even landing. And all in the meantime, it's the buffer, the push to allow MU to look at this third dragon unchallenged.
I mean, I think MU wants ISU to challenge them. Like,
True.
they'd be more than happy to take that fight right now. And if the gold differences were about 2K earlier, they're probably bordering on the edge of 3K. 3K, to put that in perspective, is basically a completed item. So we can expect to see Maryville almost up a full item soon on ISU. Ooh. Scary Jerry?
Well, that's actually a good time. You burn the cleanse thanks to that condemn, but you still don't get the kill because guess who's in your back? It's Get Back. Get Back in the back lines, throwing down with the best of them. Use that perfect execution, gets the kill. Mezlo trying to chase. You aren't going to be able to do that. Amazo spinning to win because you got the heart of Demacia, and it's turned against you. This is a chance to knock him back. Mezlo knock back into the fight. The shield is going to be enough. The tower is still there, and this is still only 19 minutes, so the tower is still actually kind of hers. However, Mezlo trying to chase him out from the mid lane. It's not gonna
they
work.
baited?
It is just not going to work. I think Mezlo is only going to run them out of town. A dance forward again. Almost gets a knockup. They do.
Yep.
Oh, you caster curse the heck out of that RMC. Mezlo is able to get one. But it's enough time to bring Disconnector back. The speed up, the chase, the Shroud should go down, and Get Back should be alive. No, I think the Shroud is actually still on cooldown. This is going to be a chase. Good flash out by Get Back, and now Disconnector in a dangerous spot. Scary Jerry doesn't have the Feather Storm and would
Doesn't need
be
it.
fought if the gold wasn't so freaking disgustingly apart right now. Like, that is ridiculous. Cross can't even touch Scary Jerry.
And it's been like Pavlovian training this entire game, Orbital. Maryville have slowly trained ISU to say that, hey, if you chase us and you don't kill us immediately, we're just going to turn it on you every single time. And we kind of saw that a little bit. Like, Mezzo tries to step up, and it was bait. We saw it, on the bot lane. If Cross tries to chase over a wall, it was bait. And even here, maybe you could have killed Get Back. But by this time, ISU has been so conditioned to just say, no, we can't. Like, this is just too far at this point. If you could get the kill, would it be worth? Yes, there's a massive bounty. There was even a bounty on PCL that Mezzo managed to pick up. But ISU just aren't willing to mess around and find out anymore.
I don't think they have that option now. They might have to mess around and really will find out as this Baron is starting up right now too on the other side. Get Back in. Zyko are trying to do their best, but Zyko taken out of the fight pretty quickly. Disconnector getting chased down by a very scary Akali, and look at that. Just a single charge forces the wall of growth out. Are you kidding me? Perfect execution over the wall would bring you even closer, but you have done your job. Baron is currently taken, and I think Get Back will lose their life for what they've done. No Shroud is available, so the cutdown is there. Drew Dozer gets their first shutdown and kill of the game. Now a knock against the wall as that's a charm from the quickness. Look at Zyko rushing around this red buff. Drew Dozer is caught in the middle, and it's going to be a split fight as the Featherstorm drops Disconnector down to single HP. Not a moment to waste, though, as Amazo is looking to follow up. Mezlo just came out of base, has flash, doesn't need to use it. Drew Dozer getting doze on their own as a bulldozer is taken out. Destruction all around as PCL finishes off their cake on the top side, and it looks like it's a two-way push, or just one, in the top lane with Baron.
And they're just grouped up here, and Mezlo and Disconnector, they don't have a front line. With PCL willing to dive, yep, that's going to happen.
Yep, Disconnector, you can't step up that far with a 3v3 situation. Disconnector is trying to get some damage down, and again,
great shockwave.
That shockwave might do the work, and again, another shutdown going to Disconnector. Follow through on another, no! The Cassante kill went the way of Tempos, but still, Disconnector gets a kill on an overextension from Maryville.
For a second, I was worried that the only kill they got was going to be Tempos picking up that one. But thankfully, Disconnector managed to find another one onto Zyko there. And, well, we say that Get Back died to secure his team Baron. Did he need to die? No. He really wanted to kill onto Disconnector there. And really unfortunately, Scary Jerry as well. The Featherstorm came out, did not have Blade Call available. Had already used in the prior fight, was waiting for cooldowns, wasn't able to finish off that fight. So again, Maryville, okay, they're starting to slip up a little bit. But again, it doesn't matter because they're so far ahead. That slip up still puts them above 10k. They still have Baron on a couple of members on that team. They can still look to push. And most importantly, Orbital, we're only 22 minutes in. Dragon's coming up in 2 minutes, and that's what Maryville are looking for. It's not going to be the explosive inferno you're hoping for, but Mountain on a team that's already so far ahead, how is ISU expected to find those bounties? How are they expected to rubber band back in when you can't find any kills?
you are praying for Disconnector to walk into a disconnected Amazo, right? Like, that's what you're hoping for, to drop like 1k on a single kill, and then rush that into your Mythic, and then a few components for your next Legendary. Like, that's what you're hoping for. That's what it feels like. It is all in the hands of this MU squad as they just chase. As I said, the snowball is here. They got a free slope to rush down. Drew Dozer getting soloed out on the back end as well. And it's just death from beyond. The tower is still up, but I don't think it's going to matter. Redemption even coming in to keep everyone topped off. It is a clean 2 kills. Nothing to worry about as Amazo's looking on the back end.
I'm gonna dive for this.
This is 100% a dive. Go for the dive. Have fun with it. The wave is nowhere close, by the way. It's still like 10 seconds out. They're going to dive this. This is PCL being the Cassante bully. They dive in, Disconnector, destroyed where they stand. Meslo soon to follow, and Tempos, their second death of the game, to put an ace for Maryville on the board.
5 seconds onto crosses, respawn 10 for Drew Dozer. I'm gonna be honest, those two I don't think can hold. They've got to step into range, and look at what Scary Jerry did to Drew Dozer. The last time they fought, Scary Jerry brought Fens, but this time it was a legitimate 1v1.
It was the 1v1 of dreams. Every ADC wishes everyone and anyone in their way, as Maryville are looking to close out the series and move to a 6-1. However, with how fast they've been winning these fights, the death timers are actually still quite low, so they're not going to finish off any towers. However, with 25 seconds left on this dragon, they might look, and they actually turn it around again. It is Psycho again and again and again to start the fight. Mezzo just came back up. The shockwave will land on 3, but it's a moot point. Yes, deaths come out, but the feathers will do the work. Quadra kill for Scary Jerry. I don't think that was a pentakill. Scumbag stole it. I'm not sure. This will be another inhibitor down.
It was Get Back who managed to find Disconnector in that fight. So yeah, unfortunately for Scary Jerry.
There we go. I was like, why aren't they finishing? There's the finish that we were wanting for. Teleport in to go ahead and close it out. 30-8, 25 minutes on the clock. Maryville, say thank you. Yes, these death timers are going to be. Well, hold on. Let's take this into consideration. There we go. That's what I was wondering. They say, hey, we can't actually finish this off. We got pretty much everything but the Nexus itself. Because of that, we're going to walk our way out. With this fight, though, Disconnector should pick up another kill onto PCL. I don't think anything else is going to come for it. But, hey, with ISU able to grab these extra kills behind, you can go ahead and grab Dragon for yourself as well.
Yeah, that's first objective of the game for ISU. Literally, they have not managed to get one to this point.
That sounds so cynical and so mean at 26 minutes.
I wasn't noticing there's nothing. That is all they're going to find. They are going to find a dragon at the back end of it. Amazo is still messing around, trying to see if he can steal it there. By time!
Okay, no, not stolen. And yes, you will pay pretty much everything. But you went down swinging. I think that's what they're going to say here. We went down with fight in our pocket, and we will be happy about that. It will be a follow-through. 1 5-point strike does not kill Tempos. It's going to be Meslo to try and get the last auto attack off, but Amazo is there to follow. Great slow. Great way back in. The command dissonance, though, taking the life of Get Back. And now comes the follow-through. Just like that, another ace will commence. And at this point, it's playing with your food. Dragon was lost, but lives were not, as they will go for the open Nexus, and Maryville will finish off this series 2-0.
Yeah, just put out Orbital. Iconic, Amazo, went 14-0. And 8 this game. He's legendary. He is deathless. And, okay, they are really playing with their food. And, thank you. They finally take it. This was Maryville supremacy. 2 weeks ago, we cost them. They lost. This week, we cost them game 1. It was a little bit sloppy. Game 2 is what you'd expect when you hear Maryville University. And they definitely put on a show. They wanted to show everybody that, hey, Maryville is back. We never left. Okay, sure. We lost the game. Doesn't mean anything. This is what you expect of us.
And they played it to a T. ISU, they tried. Let's not deny anything. They tried. We saw it in game 1. Being able to fight back in some of those scenarios, I would never be able to pull that off. And we saw it, right? Being able to fight back when you're down about 5k, putting up a little bit of a battle. Game 2, a little bit worse, but I love the attempt, right? You went vain. You tried to tango with the best of them. It just didn't work out this time.
Yeah, and props to ISU as well. The reason why the kill score is so high is because they didn't kind of say, okay, we'll play it safe, right? They went aggressive. Was that the right call? Well, debatable, but it showed that they had pluck and they were willing to just hands check. It is the last week of regular season anyways, and depending on how their match with Ohio State went, because that didn't register on League OS, if they already won that, then they're guaranteed a playoff spot anyway. So they might as well just try and see what happens. And individually, there were good moments from ISU, but I think the the story of the laning kind of spelled the story of the game, right? If you weren't going to win your hands in laning, probably going to win hands in the team fight. So unfortunate, but that overall is why I learned my lesson at least tonight. I didn't put too much up on ISU.
You know what? They had some shining moments, but it was quickly snuffed out by Maryville. Congratulations to Maryville, moving on to 6-1 in the regular season. We'll see them in playoffs for sure, aiming for that crown. However, right now, NECC will go on a short break as we get ready for our second series of the evening. That'll be at the top of the hour here, once again, with myself as well as our MC. So please don't go anywhere. Well, actually, you can. Go ahead, grab a drink, grab a little bit of refreshments, go to the restroom, whatever you need to do, as we'll be back once again at the top of the hour for our second and final series of the night.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro series. Shall we get started then? This speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. Through the in-house controller, the per watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
One touch from you, and I was hooked. And
here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay, to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you got nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care.
you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do,
with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits and all the drive that I have. Well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other and made our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know.
you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights
lights turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? truth. I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real hearts. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're on my mind, losing and winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me from more than just night.
Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life?
This love could be deeper. Just
Thinking, will you love me?
click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
Addicted to you.
Click and scroll.
And welcome back, everyone. We're excited to be here, excited to get underway with our second series here today. It is going to be in the Challengers Division, where we have Okanagan coming back. We saw them a couple weeks ago to fight against the likes of the undefeated, invincible UH Premier. RMC, are you ready?
I don't know, bro. I don't know if I'm ready because this is terrifying. We just got to see Okanagan Gold last week and they looked really good. And now they're up against University of Houston Premier. As you mentioned, undefeated. They haven't dropped a single game, much less a series, and they are topping this group. For some context, Okanagan Gold is tied in second place with two other teams. One being Fresno State, who they lost to, and the other being UAF, who they beat. And none of these teams are facing each other except for UH Premier and Okanagan Gold. So if Okanagan wins tonight, Orbital, there is a chance, a possibility for a four-way tie.
Don't tell me that. I don't want to see the spreadsheet. I know you got it somewhere in the back of your mind, so I'm excited to see if it does come to pass. For right now, let's go ahead and run down some of the players that we'll see here today, starting with the side of Okanagan. We'll go ahead and take a look, or yes, it is. It is going to be Wimdy, Fake Enemy, Z-Struck, Jopalki, as well as Archer of Flame. They'll be rounding out the composition, giving us a good taste of what they got.
It's the roster that we saw last week, which is their starting roster. On the other side, it is going to be University of Houston Premier, Premier, with Zakutara in the top lane, Ancient Quacker in the jungle, Saucy Kevin 29 in the mid lane, Bobby Filet as their bot laner, and Kefi as their support.
And there's so much to kind of think about here because, again, when we saw the likes of Okanagan, they were a team that I think kind of had to build their way forward. And kind of make their way in. We had a couple questions about closing out the game, which they were able to do after a few bumps and bruises, but that is something that I don't think is going to fly very well against UH Premier.
Yeah, specifically, we saw Wimdy often, kind of amassing a bit of a lead and then kind of carrying them through that mid game where Okanagan seemed to stall out a little bit. Once he got to the late game, it was much easier for them. It felt like Z-Struck and Jaboki were really able to start taking over at that point, but they did always feel like they had a bit of a stall in that early to mid. On the other hand, University of Houston Premier. Now, I haven't had the pleasure of watching their games directly, but just looking at their solo queues, each of them are incredibly good. We've got 4 diamonds on this team, the lowest rank being Ancient Quacker, who's Emerald 1. So effectively diamond. I'm expecting to see lane dominance and just individual beatings in the 1v1. So kind of similar to what we just saw actually with Maryville and ISU.
If it's a repeat, it's a repeat, and we won't say anything about it. However, we do need to keep our eyes on the top lane. You were particularly interested because for Okanagan previously in their series, we saw Wimdy stand out as a very high priority carry.
Yeah.
However, they're up against pretty stiff competition in this top side, not just in skill, but also in champion pool.
Yeah, so when I was looking up Zakutara's OPGG, like the man seems to play a lot of different things that might not even be meta currently. Things like Wukong to come through, Kale, who was up there as well. Akali, now, I don't know if that's maybe when he was in the mid lane, but he does play it, and I've seen Akali top. So my concern for Wimdy is that last week against CSUDH, we saw Wimdy, blind picking some of the matchups and still winning them, especially things like Jax, for example. But against Zakutara, now you're not only match up somebody who's higher ranked on paper, but also the champion pool, which can punish, which can look to counter you. And that, to me, makes Red Side all the more important this game. Sure, first pick's important. We've seen the benefits of getting OP champions, but counter pick in solo lanes can often define games.
And in this situation, I mean, I will personally say this as someone that plays just about every champion in the mid lane, one for every specific other champion matchup. I personally like having multiple daggers for every situation. Some people might not. Some people might like to refine the daggers that they have, the 2 or 3 in their pocket. But I think it is going to be very interesting to watch that top side. If Wimdy is not able to carry, you're looking at some of the other lanes. And, I mean, in their game, some of their other lanes did step up. But the question is, can they make that happen pretty much on the chase, right? Can they do it on a snap call, or are they going to be forced into it? Because, I mean, I don't think anyone being forced into a carry position has done amazingly well in the game.
Yeah, definitely. It's not ideal. Now, I did get an update. Thank you to production. Ancient Quacker actually has made Diamond 4 as of this game. So somewhere between this afternoon when I was pulling the information and when this game happened, they've made Diamond. So University
How
of Houston
long did they do that? Can we like check their OP and it'd be like, was it like 30 minutes ago? Did they just finish the game?
I have no clue, but I mean that is now a full about an hour. Flex. No, okay. I'm trying to check the OPG. I don't have time to quite take a look right now, but yeah, I mean that is a full Diamond team right now that we're seeing University of Houston field. So our concerns, if anything, have increased. In Orbital, we talk about the top lane, but that's going to be true in almost every single lane as well for the side of Okanagan. And like we said, if they can get to the end, if they can scale up, great. We've seen the scaling power from Okanagan, but I don't know if University of Houston will give them that time. We'll have to see in draft. I would love to see Okanagan pick some bridges in their draft, something that can control the early game a little bit better.
And look to kind of give themselves that space. I think you spoke about it last time as well for Okanagan. That bridge, that glue that kind of keeps the entire composition together is extremely important. If we see outliers, it will be punished. I think UH Premier can say the same. They're a team that are well known already by smacking their other opponents. So, I mean, they should have answers across the board. At the current standing, though, Okanagan may have taken your advice and say, hey, we know Red Side is very important. We need to get that counter matchup. If it is headed to Wimdy, keep that one in mind. If it goes to Wimdy, that's great. For the other side, though, UH Premier already targeting that mid lane against Z-Struck. Don't want to play against that that little Pop Blossom piece in the Nico.
Z-Struck or Archer of Flame Orbital? Because remember,
Ooh.
Okanagan has that interesting pocket pick that Archer of Flame is able to pull out. Their most played champion is actually that Nico support. And, University of Houston, they want as standard a game as possible. They don't want outliers. They don't want confusion. So they're batting that one for now. The Belveth is catching me a little bit off guard. Like I said, she was really OP, and then she kind of fell out of favor a little bit. Now, Kefi does play Belveth, so I don't know if this is a support Belveth ban that we're seeing come through, because I don't see Ancient Quacker playing it as much.
Well, maybe it's just identification of Ancient, just saying, hey, let's go ahead and focus there. Let's go ahead and take a look. It is actually a Wukong ban, I think, instead of the Belveth, so a little bit of a hiccup there. So we got information. Now for the Silas ban, that one is 100% going in that mid lane. I don't think you're taking it really anywhere else. So, just take that one out of the bucket.
Yeah, and I think Z-Struck, really good at assassins and sort of these champions who can duel you and win out those duels. Silas is especially dangerous if you want to pick something like a Maokai, something with those big ultimates to come through. So a 2-for-1 deal. Worth noting as well, the Milio being taken out by the side of Okanagan as well. They want to preclude any sort of hyper carries from coming through. Jinx is still on the table. In fact, almost all the AD carries are on the table. None of them are banned.
And that, I think, always lends itself to a very interesting situation, right? It's either everything is banned or nothing is banned. And in those situations, it's like, well, you get a piece of the pie no matter what. At that point,
there we
piece
go.
of the pie is gone, and there's the Jinx. So Nautilus Jinx, a lane matchup that we've seen time and time again. And now, what do you want to go for? The Xayah Recon is still on the table. However, that Xayah really only going to get away from that Nautilus, but it's still a nice denial. But I will think that you need to pick it up now. That is going to be a Senna come out. Are we going to see the infamous Senna Tahm Kench that we saw kind of, energy play a little bit up there? Maybe that could come out, get a little bit of bullying down there. Of course, for this third pickup, if you do, no, it's going to be that Swain. Okay,
Senna actually also got a little bit nerfed on this particular patch. Her Q damage and healing were reduced, so her laning is, it's still good, but it's a little bit weaker. So I'm very curious. I feel like you're picking this one now for the range to try and match the Jinx more than anything else. So I really like the Swain pickup if it is going support. That's not a brick.
Yeah. All right. So I can dig this specifically because we did talk about some other carry potential and options. At this point, I feel this is almost conceding the fact that Windy is not going to be that carry. Anytime you pick something like a heavy carry in the jungle, you're already sitting there going, you got to have some focus. Whether that be Windy going, okay, we're going to go full aggression, it's still leaning on Fake Enemy to have a huge impact in the game. So I love this fact. We are seeing top lane now be banned out, the Renekton banned away, and then in mid lane on the other side, once again, the Orianna taken off the table.
Yeah, it is worth noting, though, that with that Kha'Zix, there is still no bridge, right? And you've got a Jinx as well. She needs time to scale. So whatever Wimdy and Z-Struck end up going with, it's got to be something that can kind of win out. And you only get one counter pick. That Orianna takeaway is going to be massive. And interestingly enough, Okanagan are banning Jace themselves. I don't know if it's because maybe Z-Struck doesn't play it, but generally Jace is considered a very safe champion to be able to sort of blind into your lane. The Syndra that Z-Struck has played so well last week is still on the table. It's great in terms of not having too many weaknesses, but again, late game champion, not something that's going to dominate and win out the lane early.
It's scary. I will like to throw out a little bit of praise. Thank you, whoever decided to ban the Xerath, because I love Xerath. Xerath is one of my favorites, and I respect anyone that plays Xerath. So Z-Struck, you've already earned a place in my heart. The Syndra will come out though, as you said, maybe a little bit digressing because again, it's a little bit interesting. Now gives counter pick once again in that mid if that Swain is not going there. But most importantly, still Wimdy gets counter pick. It is leaning into that factor for you, RMC. So you hit it right on the head, saying, hey, Wimdy, gonna get that pickup. We'll see what the likes of UH Premier want to lay in on their own, and it's gonna be that Cassante. This, I think, is appropriate. We saw the power just in the previous setup, and this time around, it's with a composition where you know you're gonna have people hopping in. You're gonna have that Kha'Zix in the Nautilus.
Well, I like that we're setting up, Zakshar, a huge champion pool, can play a lot of different things, look at the counter pick, and then we get Cassante. Oh, but Orbital the Tahm Kench, that's not a Swain support. That's Swain mid into the Syndra and likely to be a Tahm Kench Senna bot lane, Cassante into the top lane. So a lot of tankiness coming through from the side of University of Houston Premier. I'm a bit worried about their damage late game, and there's the bridge. What are the odds, Orbital? We get 2 Garen games tonight.
they saw the previous series and were just like, we like that. I want a piece of that too. Let's I'm just gonna, copy the homework a little bit. Don't copy all of it though. Just grab like two tenths of it. That's fine. That's great. I love it though. Again, this matchup in the top side, maybe some redemption for the Garen.
And don't copy the part where the Garen didn't win, because that would not be good. Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about the composition. So we'll start with the side of University of Houston, because I had mentioned that I'm a bit worried for the damage late game. Like Senna can do a lot of damage, but she's up against a Syndra, a Jinx, more importantly a Kha'Zix who can jump her. And if she goes down, I worry that doesn't have enough damage to actually kill people or actually stick onto people either, because everybody else is melee pretty much. Okay, Swain is ranged, but Swain is fairly short range. And one thing about this matchup is you kind of blinded Swain into Syndra. Syndra is not going to struggle that much into Swain. As long as you can dodge and never move, she can space out, she can kite you, and it's going to be difficult for Swain to actually get onto that back line. There's not a lot of backline threat on that doesn't have to risk their lives to get there. You got to get creative with these Cassante flanks, with these Maokai flanks, and Tahm Kench just kind of jumping in is going to struggle if there's no one else to back him up. Okanagan, on the other hand, great skilling, right? We already talked about that. Jinx, Syndra, Kha'Zix, all great. Problem is the early game. And sure, you've got Garen topside, but Garen has to win and has to cover the other lanes. If he's just winning his isolated portion, the rest of the map can still potentially fall apart. So Okanagan, we said before, they're a great scaling team. They recognize that and they decide to double down on it.
I feel like we're quite literally just seeing a repeat of game number 2. Previously, it's just like, yeah, straight up, just of the last series. Let's grab game number 2 and slap it together, because it's the exact same points that you were talking about, right? The early game for Okanagan are going to be called into question here for this matchup, and they're on red side as well. For UH Premier, you have a lot of bullying potential on that side in the early game, so it will, in these first 10 to 15 minutes, be called into question. So let's see what they can do. Let's see if they can make it onto the Rift and give us a what for, as we are underway with game number 1, a series number 2 here in week number 6 for the Challengers Division. UH Premier going up against OKEAG.
Already seeing some trading, some poke going back and forth. Saucy Kevin on that Swain already landing his first never move of the game. So overall, said it before, Syndra, if you can dodge never move, you're okay. But if you get caught by the never move, that's when things get dicey, because at that point, Saucy Kevin will be able to stay on top of the Struck. That aside, though, it's just a defensive start. Neither team wants to all in this level 1. And for Okanagan, good call. You aren't going to win it.
It's a bit of a danger fest. Give it a shot, though. I like to gamble too. There's no problems with that. Go ahead. I have no skin in this game. I'm the evil little voice over your shoulder that is literally just trying to get everyone in trouble. This happened last series too, I think, where you called me out and said I just want blood. It's too true, I think.
Well, you might get some this game, but I don't know if we'll see immediate killing. I think a lot of it does come down to sort of the lane states and how they're playing out. The junglers, Maokai's sort of an enabling jungler. He doesn't get the kills on his own. He needs to work with people. And Kha'Zix early is an opportunistic jungler. You're going to struggle to win these duels 1v1, but if anybody's low and more importantly isolated, that's when Fake Enemy is going to have a lot of fun. So it's down to the lanes to start trading heavily and making sure that they keep up the vision so that they're not the lane that gets ganked.
You don't want to be the one that gets caught with the pants down. That is never a fun situation. We are getting the level 2s right away. Archer Flame posturing like they wanted to go in, but of course sitting on top of a ward still makes it a bit difficult. And the matchup will be quite nice. Now keep in mind on the top side, at about level 3 or 4, we did see the Cassante and Garen be traded out very heavily. I think they were sitting on like 100 HP at one point in the last series.
Yeah, they got pretty low, and I expect Wimdy to want to do that, right? Because you're the Garen, you've got really good sort of regeneration if you can stay out of combat for a while. So you're more than happy to trade health early. This time though, no junglers. Junglers start at top, but they're both clear into the bot lane, which is interesting to me because I actually don't think there's a ton of kill threat in the bot lane by themselves. Tahm Kench is a great answer to the Nautilus. You're happy to eat that hook, and with the Senna, if you don't kill her, she will out-sustain you. So can you kill her? Probably not. You're Jinx early, and Jinx early just doesn't have enough firepower.
If you do, hey, more power to you. At that point, all bets are off, right? Like, if you get that kill, there might be some questions on the other side, but you take what you can get. Right now, though, you can see a little bit of a lick hitting straight on the minions, and that's the only downside here. But with that site being cleared out, with the Scryer's Bloom being hit, you now have information on where the jungle is. So UH now calling that one into question, saying, hey, we have an identification marker, so no one make any hasty moves.
And remember, I said that Kha'Zix is more of an opportunistic jungler. So if they're not low on health, it's kind of hard to punish this lane. Fake Enemy doesn't have a great gank angle right now. Ancient Quacker, on the other hand, well, you can certainly enable the Senna Tomkench to do work. I know they're trading up top over the I've seen this song and dance before. Nobody's going to die. They both have flashes.
If only there were ignites, and then we would not have any doubt in our minds that they would be chasing. However, there was a big step up on the bottom side, so that means that it is going to be a jump in. Great little knock-up, though, by
Bobby's
the Tomkench
alone.
to slow things down, but the exhaust is going to make it work. Bobby is
huge.
actually going to get away, and around, all the way around, that alcove will net them a kill. Ancient is able to pick that one up, but now under the tower, the problem, as Bobby Fillet sets up too close and gets filleted by the rockets.
Okay, that's actually kind of really bad for the side of University of Houston. Sure, they got first blood, but they got it onto Ancient Quacker, who's the Maokai. And unless we're seeing like a full-on AP Maokai, Jinx just picked up a kill. So Chipoki going to be very, very happy with that one. I am just shocked, though, over how that broke down. The fact that Bobby Flay didn't get killed by Fake Enemy when isolated, it just speaks to how well Bobby Flay played that initial bit, but then you kind of got a little bit too hypey, right? Like, the rest of your team has peeled off, and you're in there trying to 1v1 that Jinx when you're a bit low from the initial fight already, and that's where things went south for UH.
It's one mistake, so we're not going to rule it out as, you know, just a mistake, right? They can bounce back. Don't get us wrong on that one. However, it's a dangerous one. As you said, one more will be a problem. We also need to take a look at what Chipoki decides to actually buy up if you're buying a little bit more defensive. That'll be interesting to see. And at the same time, it wasn't first blood. However, you come back with Noon Quiver, that's plenty enough. That is painful. That's all I'm going to say here. Taking a look at the wave states, though, it is going to be wave crashing into Bobby Fillet and Kefi, so they're going to be more than happy to soak that one up. Chipoki is going to have to come back and kind of wander their way into a bit of XP once again. Meanwhile, in the jungle, we are seeing a heavy trade between the two, and now Zakutara not going to enjoy the situation. Both sides are in a weird spot, and Windy said, I'll take weird all day. Great justice rained down for a kill.
Yeah, and one thing to note was Fake Enemy. Oh, yeah, Ancient Quacker.
Oh, this is a problem. You try and flash level 6 on Z-Struck. Come on, Z-Struck. At that point, you got to flash for that. that was 100% a flash ult situation.
I, too, am a little bit surprised that Z-Struck didn't hard commit to that, but I guess they want to make sure they have that safety for the lane. You know what? I respect it. You blew the flash from Maokai, and you got Fake Enemy control of the jungle. Now, the point I wanted to bring up was after the first backs from the junglers. Look at what they purchased. Ancient Quacker picks up the Ionian Boots of Lucidity. Great for moving around faster. Great for, you know, having cooldowns, more utility. Fake Enemy just straight up bought 3 longswords and was like, I am going to fight you. So normally Maokai could just shrug off the damage if you're matching combat stats for combat stats. But when you bought utility and Kha'Zix bought damage, well, now you got to actually be careful that you're not being hunted down in your jungle. And you could see Ancient Quacker was not expecting that fight.
And that is what you cannot do. Once again, we said these matches are going to be very, very tense. Again, there is a lot riding on the line. Yes, you already probably made it into playoffs, but these placements are so important. And right now, if it's a rock paper scissors situation, you don't want to be the one on the wrong end of that trade. So getting the right position is going to be good. Chipoki, of course, stepping away as the Nautilus had already backed off. Archer of Flame going back, grabbing their own items, as Dragon is currently on the board, untouched by either side.
Now, overall, we've been seeing the praises of Okanagan, especially their bot lane, after what happened in that early trade. But what we should still note is that UH are still actually doing fine. If you look at the top and mid lane specifically, look at those CS advantages. You're getting 10 CS plus, and that's without jungle intervention. So that's more of what we're expecting in the pregame when we saw these teams come through. The question is, of course, if Okanagan bot side, you won that fight. What can you continuously replicate that? Because if you can't, and we fall into sort of a lull state, then I think UH's laning is going to start to shine through, and those advantages are only going to grow from there. So I kind of want to see Okanagan push the pace a little bit. I know they've got the skill and composition, but I feel like you need to take advantage of the leads that you do have, and not just sit back on your hunch.
Taking after me right there. You don't want to give away too much. You don't want to play it too safe. For right now, as you said, that lead is currently sitting in the Jinx's pocket, 600 to their name. Everywhere else, fairly close, right?
Okay.
Top side is actually only 100 difference between the two, which I think is, again, amounting towards that CS differential. Right now, though, it is going to be a trade as Okanagan are sitting there going, hey, you might be keeping it even in the gold, but right now we're going to take a step forward on this dragon. First dragon, Chemtech, secured by Fake Enemy.
That's the productivity one. Now, I'm very confused over. Oh, Z-Shrug. Saucy's ghosting. Yep,
Yeah,
you don't
I
get
mean,
out of that.
a simple Q is going to finish it.
100%. You can't, unless you're willing to flash out, and with the flash in from Saucy, it will secure it. They're fighting the ball. The hook doesn't get out.
Oh, that feels bad. And now the Devour, I mean, Japoki, your Nautilus is dead. I'm sorry. There is no way out. You are done. Japoki going to try and throw a little bit of a rocket back, but I don't think it's going to work. Instead, it's going to be a little bit of a safe haven. Now on the top side, Fake Enemy also getting challenged here. And I mean, I kind of figured Fake Enemy was going to get out. You have the jump, you have the leap, you also have that ult, so you're okay. But it's a bit of a question now as, again, Wimdy getting a chance to get some great damage down. Remember, Zakatura, every time you try and take this fight, it is going to be that question mark. But you bring it right in, and Wimdy has to flash out. Well done on that front.
Good defensive play, and UH finally kind of popping off a little bit, taking their advantages, and we're right back into this. Okay, I'm not quite sure who wins out in that situation. Wimby's lower health, but Zakatura has already used ultimate, and Wimby still has the Garen out ready to roll. So that health bar is actually a lot shorter than it might look like. But overall, let's talk a little bit about what we saw there, especially from UH's bot lane, punishing Okanagan a little bit. That's what we want to see, and the fact that Saucy Kevin as well finding the solo kill, able to kind of maneuver around and threaten Fake Enemy after. UH is fully aware, I think, that they are still strong right now, despite having lost the early game a little bit. They are in a perfectly fine position, and they will continue to do so, especially as the mid game rolls around. One of their strengths is, with all these bruises on their side, they spike a little bit earlier. In the mid game with this much tank, if Japoki doesn't have the items you need, then you're not going to be able to cut through them. Fake Enemy is not going to have the damage to cut through them at that point, and neither is Z-Struck.
For the side of Okanagan, maybe it's just we'll see what happens. Right? We'll see what occurs here. Fake Enemy looking for a chance. I mean, that's a perfect setup for a scout of the week, but again, with Saucy Kevin still very, very healthy, it's just not worth it, as you said. Opportune. As we go back to quiet with 3-2 score in the top side of the map, you can see at the UI there, 3-2 kills. I mean, they're going to be looking just for that CS differential. They're going to be looking for just those slow, steady leads, and that is going to favor the farming setup by this Senna. Oh, good stun. Good stun.
Oh, bro, you've been spoiled by our last year's 5 kills at 11.5 minutes is actually not that low.
You can hear the boredom in my voice, can't you? This is all right. I gotta change this up. I'm sorry.
But 42 kills, was it 42 in 25 or 26 minutes?
It was 42 and 25. It was crazy.
That is an anomaly. Definitely not the norm. And the teams are scrapping. We're seeing that the teams are very, very willing to trade as well, and have been doing a good job of it. Bot lane, here we go.
I love it, right? That's not even a fight. That is a brutalization, but that's a fight. Japoki having to flash away, and now a dive into the tower. I'm not sure if Fake actually want to do that, because that sets him up perfectly for Fake Enemy. But a great Devour gives the shield back, and now a knock-up trying to land on Fake Enemy, who does not have a jump back out from the shadows. The Dawn of the Shadows not going to land, but it's another denial. Okanagan tried to fight back, but UH Premier again and again fight back and survive.
I almost feel like if Bobby Filet didn't outright there, they could actually have maybe found the kill on one of them, just the autos. Arrow though being dropped, plates being picked up as well, and overall, there's the action you wanted. I'm getting a little bit concerned for Okanagan, right? They don't have that bridge on the bot side, and we're seeing that UH have identified that. Ancient Quacker has been more visiting this bot mid lane with the intention to actually get kills. The fight we saw top side was just Ancient Quacker happening to be there. And so far, I'm not really seeing good answers from Okanagan. They're relying very heavily on their hands, and it's been working. Their mechanics are great, but how many times can you do that against proper preparation and setup and just better early game comms?
It's an age-old question. How far can your skills take you, right? I think that was a call from some of my buddies. They were like, how far can just individual skill take you before you actually have to learn map macros and such? Well, I mean, you look at Pro Play, see how that goes. Right now, though, it is that big question mark of how much damage can actually be put down before the dragon comes up. We have a minute left on that dragon. Remember, it was Okanagan that started it up, and this topside is not going in their favor with no real TP on Windy. You are relying on Windy to keep that Asante in check.
Unleash Power used by Z-Struck as well in the mid lane to force Saucy Kevin back, but Saucy was happy to go back, pick up his Liandry's. Demonic Ascension is available, so if UH want to fight this dragon, as long as they don't get poked out by the superior range of Okanagan, they will be able to secure it. And Okanagan, if they want to contest, just be very, very careful when they choose to actually go in.
Ooh. You're talking about those opportunities to go in. Well, this might be one. Zakatura currently completed those gauntlets and is looking to try and bully out. Windy has to realize this does have Ghost available, but the speed up is going to be enough. Another little grass as that root comes in. I mean, look at the burn right now. These item impact moments are working wonders for UH Premier. And I mean, Z-Struck can't really do anything about it. Still working to their own Leandres. And because of this, with the power play from UH Premier, they have gotten control over this dragon, this Cloud Drake, to set them up for what could be some crazy soul action.
And Z-Struck just came out of base. Didn't use TP, thankfully, but just came back out. So that's really rough to see. Rocket being used by Chipoki. And thankfully for them, Maokai couldn't find them. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that was enough to set him off. And again, Archer of Flame has been picked on time and time and time again for deaths so far in this game. And honestly, it feels like unforced errors, the constant aggression, and almost camp-like structures on the spot side. Ancient has had so many amazing focuses on the spot side.
Already 60 stacks for Bobby Filet. Oh, the dive.
This might be a little bit over-aggressive.
Bobby
We saw
took too
this
much.
before. And, I mean, you get the kill, but you lose your ADC, which, again, a kill granted the way of Japoki. Devour is going to lend themselves up.
Oh!
One more snap. A fake enemy is going to try and run away. But now Z-Struck is in a dangerous spot. Blaskin gets him out. It's a one-for-one trade. Again, not sure if that's fully worth, because take a look at what their kills are going to.
Yeah, again, the fact that Chipoki's able to pick that one up, and that was a great block coming through from Okanagan to be able to buy the space there and actually make sure that Bobby ended up being the one to tank it, unfortunately, and Kefi wasn't actually in position because Kefi started to dive, couldn't devour Bobby to save his life there. But look at the health of Kefi and Ancient Quacker on that dive. They have enough base damage because they're bruisers, and bruisers have base damage baked into their kit. But Z-Struck, fake enemy? Fake enemy died, and then Archer and Z-Struck just don't have enough damage to actually kill them. They're not under threat. They get to walk out in your jungle, in your face, and not actually be worried about it whatsoever.
What they should be worried about right now, Okanagan are saying, hey, this top side is actually a fun spot to look at. Already down to just a single set,
Bobby.
about 200, 300 damage left, but fake enemy trying to draw him in, but you waited a bit too long. Fake enemy basically, I think, allowed Windy to die, and now may pay with their own life. What a disastrous mistake to occur. Okanagan lose 2 in the top lane. Now on the bot side, we're seeing the Cassante try and shove Archer into direct line of fire, but it's not going to work. Instead, UH Premier just go, thank you for the top lane.
And I'm so thankful for Chipoki that he actually has Krakens there, but even then, not enough. Oh, Saucy!
Oh, Z-Struck has to flash, and that's a force you really don't like to see.
I was even worried that if that Demonic Ascension actually went off with Z-Struck in it, that might have been enough for the kill. So, Saucy not burning the flash, kind of holding it defensively. Bot lane, we're back to that. And the point I wanted to make before we saw Saucy almost kill Z-Struck there was that Chipoki doesn't have enough damage to kill Zakatura, right? Zakatura is so tacky that you've got Krakens there and you're still not threatening him really under turret whatsoever. The Nature's Grasp comes out here, but I think Windy's tanky enough to survive. No, the Devour!
May not. Does have flash, but you're not going to make it out. You just came back alive. This top side, I thought they were going to slow down, but with the Herald and a very, very low fake enemy, you're not going to be able to do anything. This is brutalization now, as that's a claw to land. And great survivability. Saucy's going to run the heck away.
He's dead.
Vorpal Spike should take him away, but no, I think he's good. He's good. He's good. He's out. And in that entire time, the top side has been a problem. Rocket's not going to land. UH Premier say thank you very much. We got everything we wanted and more.
I can't believe Saucy got away, and unfortunately for fake enemy, no red buff. If you had red buff, that would have been a kill. Anything would have been a kill, but the ghost was just enough to let Saucy Kevin run away. And if you're Okanagan, things are going from bad to worse, right? The fact that the lane swapped work, you can't punish their top laner anymore, but Windy is the one constantly under fire and dying, and then now Saucy Kevin just refuses to die through ganks. If you're Okanagan, the big question right now for you is, where do we go? Almost, but still, not enough, and almost seems to be a theme of this game.
At this point, honestly, Zakatura, it doesn't matter. As long as you stay alive, I think you're good, right? You're more than happy to kind of take in the suppression by Jopoki and Archer of Flame. They're keeping you at the turret, but you're not losing any HP on the turret. In the meantime, Bobby Filet as well as a situation have occurred. Bobby Filet, though, getting jumped on by multiple. If you can get one kill, yes, you can. That's more than okay. That's going to be a depth charge to come in and deny the Devour coming out. It wasn't even up, so Kefi is going to stay alive, but you still lose your ADC. At this point, though, Bobby Filet, 7-3-1, more than happy about this current situation. Ridiculous timing there, as right now the Rockets are doing work. Japoki gets knocked a little bit closer to tower. Rocket is currently up. They're trying to poke out, trying to get Zakatura low enough, but I mean, it is a full armored up Asante. I don't think that Rocket's actually going to do enough.
Yeah, I mean, on paper it looks like it should be because of the execution portion of the Rocket, but you're right. Like, it's a thicker health bar than you're used to, and he's got a metric crap ton of armor on him. So, yeah, and if you're Okanagan and you're not even willing to pull the trigger on that, that's why I'm a little bit concerned about this bot half of the map and what they're looking to be able to find. Thankfully for them, Wimdy still able to apply pressure. The moment Bobby Filet and Kefi left that top side, finally took that turret he's been chipping away at all game. So if they could get Wimdy and isolated lane, maybe they'll be okay. Like, isolated as in keep Bobby Filet and Kefi away from him.
I think that's the appropriate response. Keep the big scary sword away from my squishy ADC and we'll be okay. UH Premier have got the right idea. Right now, Zakatura, though, taking on the big, scary bad guy with blades of their own, or at least mallets in their scabbard. And I don't think Wimby actually realizes how much damage is coming around. Good dodge on the knockup, but the chase is still there. Take a look at this. The slows are ridiculous. You do have to try and burn some of those speed-ups, and thankfully, you're able to get away, but the damage is done, right? Again, as you said, keep Wimdy away from Bobby Filet and Kefi. And you got a winning setup here. Great job there, but Saucy now getting jumped on the mid lane. You are quite squishy. Great Zanyas to try and bait some more time, but this is a 4-on-1.
Is it
you
enough?
are gone. Japoki, again, seeking their third kill. Get it, as well as what could be a tower. However, with the answer of Zakatura, this is a problem. Z-Struck not going to get knocked back and instead going to be slowed. No scout of the week lands, so
Japoki?
Archer has to flash away. You are okay, but now the ADC is left alone, running up towards their top laner. This might be the turnaround. Keep in mind, Japoki is one of the main people that has a crap ton of kills in them. 3-1-0. It doesn't look like any follow-up behind. Kefi is not able to get over the wall, so you know what? Take your kills, and you get out for pretty much nothing. Well done, Okanagan.
I can't believe the ghosts this game, Orbital, have been barely keeping people alive. First Saucy Kevin, and now Japoki as well. Huge play from them. They're playing with fire, though. And despite all of this, I'm still struggling to see. Look at Kefi. Kefi is just ignoring all the damage that's coming through.
And I think that's going to persist. Right now, Archer, this might be their 5th death. They are not tanky in the slightest. Scout of the week comes in so late. I mean, that's the best that they can do, right? This aggression in the mid lane has been going on for about a minute now. I would just like to point that out.
Yeah, and Japoki is doing damage, right? You look at Zakatara's health. He is down to 40%, but it's just taking way, way too long. And they can cycle their tanks. Wimdy. Oh, if that landed from Kefi, that would have been a kill.
You are playing with fire in so many different situations. Take a look. The staggering of the HP bars is causing a little bit of problem. Z-Struck actually having to decide to stay and help defend this tower. With Fake Enemy on the side, it might be able to do enough, but the staggering has given another wave to crash in. This tower could go down. Scout of the week, though, lands on a proper target. Good flash away to stay alive. However, this brutality is going to break out. Saucy getting in the middle to
out by Saucy.
divert and divide the fight. And because of that, down goes Windy. Windy got the kill on Kasante, but it's not going to be enough. Remember, the big carry is still alive. Bobby Filet stays alive. Now the tower dive goes in. Ancient tanking up the Ancient tower itself, but not tanky. And now triple kill by Ancient. A shutdown by Fake Enemy, but overall 2 for 3 goes the way of UH Premier.
And my question is, are they going to keep pushing?
I mean, that should be a good flash away and a push against the wall. Lets us out the Fake Enemy getting caught. Oh no! Danger all the way around as this tower will finally fall. But a snipe! The Shadow claims another. Bobby Filet tacks on their 9th.
I'm hearing Jaws theme music in the background right now, Orbital. Just when you thought you were safe. Every time. And Okanagan's like, okay, wait, they're backing off. No, they're not. UH is just waiting for you to step up, and they're able to find the punish. That is a delayed ace. That is an inner turret coming across as well. And UH, they're up significant gold. 6K. Baron is on the table, Orbital. And like we said, this is the mid game. This is the UH power spike. Okanagan are the ones who need to find answers.
And the fact of it comes down to a situation like this, the hands check, right? You said this before, the hands are such a big deal, and we're seeing the hands check in the big team fights as well as these solo picks working to UH Premier's favor. Right now, Kef is 1-0-13, has a heart steal in the bucket with 342 stacks as a support. I would like to add, they have been monstrous in the hands check against Archer, catching them time and time and time again. And because of this, they have allowed themselves massive gold leads, good exchange of dragons to put themselves in 2-1, and now a Baron to boot.
So, I mean, quick correction. This is Tomcat just nominally a support, but this is fasting center. So Kefi has actually gotten all the gold he needs and more to be tanky, and that's one of the reasons why Okanagan is struggling so hard right now. UH is effectively up gold because of the way Senna works, and more important to me is the fact that Bobby Filet is 9, 3, and 6 with an Infinity Edge and Storm Razor in pocket. He is equal to that Jinx who has been actively farming, so that's giving the extra person UH need. And Bobby Filet's micro has been incredible in these fights. The way he's comboing, he's layering the skills to maximum effect, and the stuns, the roots he's been catching on multiple people. Yes, I know Zakutara is being run down, but we've got like another 10 seconds before he dies.
Before he actually has to run. I think that's the best way to put it. It's not to die, it's how long until Zakutara actually feels they might need to use their flash, right? Taking a look here, that was none. You're taking a look and already 2.5 items in. Feels great. Dragon already taken as well. Pretty much everything going the way of UH Premier, and now we're only stuck with the question, when do they want to end? When do they actually want to finish off this game? Because they're just getting kill after kill after kill. Fake enemy doing a short hop over the wall, and just to get their wolves.
Well, Orbital, UH have Baron, and they've got nothing better to do. So, I expect them to be pushing hard now, as we're seeing Fake Enemy caught out again, still able to run away, but if any damage gets there, I was thinking Bob Filet, if you just want to step up one more step, you can kill Fake Enemy.
It's so scary, right? You're watching this go down, and what more can you actually do? I feel like there are no answers, and at the current moment, this might be a desperation play. Look over the wall. Saucy Kevin says, hey, I'm going to get Saucy in here. Ghost Flash, and boom goes the dynamite. The Swain Cannon is erupted, and it is done. Triple kill. The first of 4 that they've gotten. Saucy Kevin sets off into motion the cataclysmic end to this game. Game number 1, UH Premier make a statement. Okanagan said this was going to be a difficult game for them. They know this. This opponent is so dang strong. They attempted to fight hard, but in the end, UH Premier goes ahead and survives. Saucy Kevin, 5-1-7, puts a statement, a stamp on this game.
Oh, bro, the only thing saucy about Kevin that game was him trying to dive the fountain at the end there. Everything else was spicy. I'm talking like the spicy noodle challenge, like the one that will blow your mouth out, because they just blew Okanagan off the water as well that game. And I mean, are we surprised? Not really. There's a reason why they're lossless. They haven't lost a game because they're this good.
And considering what we saw in the first series of this evening, I love the fact that we're seeing teams take this strong stance, saying we are a team to be worried about. UH Premier have done that. Right now, it's up to Okanagan to see what they want to do. We'll go ahead, go to a short break. We'll be back to analyze a little bit more of Okanagan's gameplay and see if they can come up with a strategy. Don't go anywhere.
We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under attack, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could have been mine before all that you put me through. I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. lights turn out. Even now, we're laying down hundreds of miles away. I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me so complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too.
action. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor. Turn that kitty pot into a lion's roar. Dream machine, racing queen. I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we own the road. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red on the highway, blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red on the highway, blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat.
And off we go for game number 2. Right now, Okanagan looking to try and get to a game number 3 or UH Premier. If you're a UH Premier fan, my brain just kind of lagged right there. Taking a look at things right now, it is looking at UH Premier are trying to go for a 2-0 sweep and continue their undefeated record.
Yeah, and for UH, I don't think they know what Game 3 is. They certainly haven't found one this season thus far. And the pressure's on Okanagan now to deliver. Now, looking back at Game 1 draft, there are things they can try and change in draft. Even in draft, we already recognize that they don't really have a bridge. They tried to do it with the Garen, and Wimdy did a good job on the Garen. But top lane's kind of an isolated lane. There's a reason why you say top lane's an island, and to cruise down to the other lanes and help everybody else out, pardon me, is difficult. So again, I feel like I'm looking at Fake Enemy or Z-Struck to find some sort of answer, especially when Z-Struck, had an opportunity to counterpick. Granted, you don't know where the Swain was going. It looked like he supports Swain. But yeah, I want to see more early game come through from Okanagan.
And taking a look at just that jungle mid, I mean, we got to be honest, Z-Struck did not have a fantastic time. Pre-level 6 looked great.
Yeah.
You take a look at that lane matchup, it felt okay for the time being, but it slowly caught up at the end of it, right? We started to see that Swain just kick off the ground, consistently winning trades, dropping Z-Struck down to about 50% each time, and then Fake Enemy had really no options at that point, at least in the mid lane.
Yeah, and well, in pretty much every lane except for top, and even top, it's a Cassante, it's a brick. Like, ganking it is always kind of risky, and the setup is really tough. For all that Wimdy was winning out top, it wasn't through a lot of kills. There was just that one kill in the early skirmish, and then after that, it just became the wet noodle fight that we all know and debatably love. Now, looking at University of Houston Premier, what has shocked me is how well also they played to their strengths, right? They picked a very bruiser-heavy composition. They picked a comp that was going to spike early. And sure, they lost the bot lane. They kind of gave over the kills, unfortunately. But the way they bounced back was beautiful. It was immaculate. That is textbook right there. And then knowing that they strengthened the mid-game, they pushed. They dove turrets. They knew exactly what they could take. And I want to see more of that from UH Premier, ideally on a different composition, because I feel like if you could execute on that comp, you can probably do it on a more standard comp or just something different. And I love seeing variety and diversity.
Well, you know what? Maybe they just go for full solo queue and just go, hey, we can do that style once again. Bring out just different champions, right? Maybe something other than Cassante Garen, if possible. Something other than Cassante and Garen. Okay, I'm done with that one. Taking a look here, though, looking at that bot side, I do want to also throw the other measure out. The deaths that came on the side of UH Premier were not single deaths, right? They weren't 1-0s handed over to the Jinx. It was with the tower dives, Do we see those dives happen again in this game? Is that more a compositional difference, or is that UH Premier also saying, hey, we are strong enough, we are just a better team overall, that we can execute these on any composition?
Now, granted, I haven't seen the other game, so I don't know if this is a specific thing to having the center Tom Kench along with the Maokai, like tankier frontliners to come through. But I firmly believe, given what Bobby Filet likes to play, things like Lucian, like Kaisa, like Jin or Draven, like, I think he's a pretty aggressive guy. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more turret dives come through. But I do think it's conditional on the draft. Now, we are into game 2 draft. Okanagan getting side select as they lost game 1. They've opted for red side again. And I agree with that call. I don't think the first pick, Kasante, or pardon me, the first pick Maokai was necessarily the biggest thing in the draft, right? Like, I think that's fine to give over. And having the counter pick is more important, especially if they recognize that, hey, maybe the Swain, it might flex mid and we need to pick something that can actually handle that a bit better.
And looking at it right there, immediate answer from game number 1, which I do appreciate always. That center was a problem. Really big props to Bobby Filet for getting that one banned against him. That should also nullify the Tom Kench, I think. I think that will say, okay, those two are kind of the two peas in a pod. We'll see what does opt out. Right now, it is still focusing on that mid support area, the Nico and the Silas taken off the board.
Yeah, the Wukong also recycled from the first game. They really don't want to give that over. Not to Ancient Quacker, actually. I think that might be a Zakutara ban, because it's his most played, actually, in the top lane. We mentioned that big champ pool. As for UH Premier, don't fix what ain't broke. They've just run back the same bans, because no need to. And now, for Okanagan, do you let through the Milio or the Hecarim? I almost think you can let through the Milio here, because Milio will often fill the same situations. Yep, there we go. As a Tom Kench, you can still run the Tom Kench back if you've got an immobile hyper carry like a Jinx or a Philios. And guess who you'd pair Milio with? They actually first pick Tom Kench. Actually, wow.
I completely lied. I do apologize. I completely lied my butt off. Tom Kench is still a very viable option on its own. The question, though, is, as you pointed out, it is first pick. It is a blind pick. They are leaving everything else open. And I think this is going to be an interesting response. The Lulu automatically makes me think Jinx, or if you want to go crazy, the Vayne that we saw, I think, back in Series 1. Go crazy, right? You already have the Lulu. Go with a hyper carry. Again, not the Vayne, maybe. The Ashe, though. Okay, this is not the hyper carry we were expecting. Still, I think, a strong ADC in the current meta.
Yeah, and again, somebody who's fairly immobile who would benefit from having an enchanter to buff them, give them a bit more mobility, and keep them alive. But this was kind of my concern a little bit, was the Jinx is still on the table. And sure, Ashe is really going to be good in lane, especially something like a Lulu. If you're running to a Tom Kench Jinx, you will be able to poke out the Tom Kench significantly. You should be able to win a lot of the trades with Jinx, and the volley helps to match the rocket range. But later on the team fights, Ashe ain't got nothing on Jinx.
Nope. And especially when you're locked into this range battle, the J4 basically saying, yeah, you're not going anywhere. We're sorry. And I love this fact that it is identified pretty much off the rip. As soon as that was locked in by Okanagan, you saw the J4 come out. It was an immediate answer. It's a great read. And now it's pretty much damage control for Okanagan. You go ahead and grab the Viego. You're trying to challenge in that lane or in that diversity setup, 1v1s. Hey, Viego can try and do something. It's still not going to be great for that bot lane. It's going to be quite scary. This Swain ban, I was also expecting. I think Saucy Kevin had great impact on that champion. I can agree with that.
And we saw Fake Enemy run this Viego as well last week. As an early game champion, he did much better on it. It's a champion that can have that impact, especially, with the execute at level 6. Now, the thing to note, though, is that you're up into a Tom Kench, which means that later on, if you're trying to hunt that Jinx, the Devour is really going to mess you up. And then Viego's suddenly in the middle of the enemy team all by his lonesome. So I feel like Okanagan, you either need more damage now to set up for the Viego, or you need a dive buddy to go with them. I love the Swain ban coming through as well. They recognize that, hey, if we want divers to go in with that Viego, then we can't have that Swain open, which makes me think they're going to be looking for somebody to go in alongside Fake Enemy.
And taking a look at the other side, Z-Struck is still being banned out. I do appreciate this. Still giving a lot of credit where credit is due. Not allowing that long-range DPS. Granted, I don't know if Xerath would have come out here if you have a J4 in the mix. I'm not sure if you would decide to run another immobile in there. But we'll see what happens. I like this call. Not exactly the one that I thought, but it's got some escape patterns, right? The Akali coming back out. It's straight up a deja vu moment. We had Akali in game 2 as well, so last series.
Lots of callbacks to our first series of the night overall. I guess the rank disparities aren't that high, so it's not surprising that players might think similarly. One thing I do like about the Akali as well, so power spike's a bit earlier. compared to the Syndra. So with the mobility as well, you can kind of dodge around, play with the Cataclysm. So I really like this pick up here. And they're saving counter picks still for Wimdy. It kind of worked game one, so I respect that. Overall, your favorite champion, Veigar, has just been locked in as an answer to Akali.
I love it because for those that may not know me personally, but those that do, on Discord, I have had the exact same profile picture for 8.5 years. It has been Veigar. Outside of Ziggs, Veigar is my favorite. I love the fact that we got it here. This is straight up, everyone stay in the center of this and possibly die. The Karma behind, though, is that a top lane Karma?
Okay, my gut instinct is that is Karma support to match the Lulu in the bot lane and the Jinx and the Ashe, pardon me, to kind of facilitate the Jinx as well. And I think that's going to be a Tahm Kench support. You could actually flip it still. Karma top still exists. It's a lot more niche, but it's still as annoying as ever. Now, with the Ornn pickup, I do think it'll probably be Tahm Kench, who will handle the Ornn in that top lane, because Karma ain't going to do anything to Ornn. Like, sure, you're going to have to auto-attack him to death, and it's viable. I've actually seen an Iceborne Gauntlet built with Karma before to handle like tanks like Sion and Ornn, but it's very, very awkward, and it does not help later on in team fights. You want the Karma specifically to buff up the Jinx, so that's probably not a good option to have to build that Iceborne Gauntlet Karma top nonsense.
I like how you even would look in there, because we've seen like every iteration of Karma top, and I think the only one we haven't seen is like Bork, just like run a Bork and auto. I don't know. I've seen some weird stuff in my elo. Still though, I love the bait and switch with the Tahm Kench. It was a blind pick, but it was flexed into that support top, gave him that opportunity. Yeah. But the last few picks did feel like a smorgasbord for Okanagan, right? You take a look at that Ornn, I like it. It does round it out nicely. I just feel like it wasn't what they were hoping to grab here. It was the answer to everything that UH Premier gave out.
Yeah, I mean, considering what we've seen Wimdy on, we're used to seeing Wimdy on carries, and Ornn, as much as we joke that Ornn does everything, you know, like he's the tank, bruiser, mage, assassin. One thing we often don't put into that litany of names is carry, because Ornn isn't really a carry. He will help the whole team scale up though, which is going to be nice. And one thing that I really do like about this Ornn as well is I still have questions about who's going to access the backline, who's going to kill that Jinx. And sure, Viego Akali are going to be able to get that. I really like the Akali pick, but how do you engage onto this team? And an Ashe Arrow isn't going to cut it when there's a Tahm Kench, when there's a J4, when there's a Karma to give you a shield and back you up. So having that Ornn, what I really like is it gives you that engage, which can potentially reach Bobby Filet.
Not just that, the rest of the composition, right? Saucy Kevin is not exactly going to be dashing their way out to victory. You're going to be sat in stone. That's what you're going to do. So I do appreciate a lot of what they're throwing down here. For right now, though, it is going to be your standard 5-point setup. No one really getting in and out of the situation. Oh my gosh, yes, Saucy Kevin has the best Veigar. By the way, the new Beekeeper, I think it's a Bee King Veigar skin. I love it. Don't get me wrong. My first ever skin was Bad Santa Veigar, and I will stand by that is the best Veigar skin out there. Anyone else can fight me over that. That Bad Santa Veigar is the best.
Isn't there like that boss Veigar skin, the video game?
No,
boss
don't
skin?
even get me started on that one. That one. By the way, that one has some chunky effects that just make me upset. That is all I'm gonna say right now. That skin makes me upset.
Hey man, when I land my Qs, all I want to see is chunk. But for now, let's talk a little bit about this Veigar, because we talk a lot about the Jinx, of course, because we're used, especially 2 patches ago, she was completely busted. Last patch, 13.21, she got balanced, but she can still get incredibly excited, get those stacks going. But it's not just that for UH. They've got Veigar as well. Veigar's an infinitely scaling champion, but he's not actually a late game champion. He's actually more of a mid game champion. He spikes earlier than that, and he can one-shot people. And I'm looking at the Okanagan comp as well. They've got a lot of squishies. That is a point and click. You cannot dodge. Even if you're a Kali, if I can click on you, that spell will go through.
It's such a nice factor for Z-Struct, who has also opted for the more defensive setup. Went for that Dorian shield, gives you great trading power considering that you are energy-based. It feels just great, right? So very nice setup there. Saucy Kevin, though, keeping their spacing, went for that first strike as well, hoping to drop a lot of comments on their head. Right now on the top side, though, a little bit of a question. Windy decided to fight out. Great flash to dodge out on the knockup. However, that is going to be a 3-bite. A final tongue last should actually stun you up, and now Ancient will look for the kill. I don't think they got enough damage, but it's enough. Windy forced under their tower.
Yeah, honestly, a little bit surprised that Sakutaro opted to flash right there to make that happen. You're trading equal, and now Fake Enemy is coming in for a round 2, so we get the 2v2.
Oh, and Ancient
Or
was
not.
actually out, by the way. Ancient was out and opting against it. Tries to flash away, but can't reach it. And that's a mistake once again. Okanagan take first blood. Deja vu from game 1.
There are going to be some questions. There's definitely going to be some discussion between Sakutara and Ancient Quacker there. Flash away from Archer of Flame, and that's why you pick that Karma. Good poke, the ability to run down squishies. And this Jinx right now is having a lot of fun in this bot lane. Look at the CS advantage as well that Bobby Filet already has.
You know, we'd like to say that P5 for either side needs to have impact, right? Needs to have that great effect that really brings the entire composition together, whether it gives you value in that lane or not. This Karma is working out wonders. I've multiple times every time we go down there, we see Keffy just straight up in their face like this over and over again. Even when they hit level 2 over level 1, Keffy was straight up saying, you don't get anything. I love it.
And the other thing too is we're seeing as well, Lulu can only shield one person. So anytime Japoki and Archer of Flame are too close together, that empowered Q coming through from Keffy is getting extra value, and somebody's got to eat the poke. The lane's not that wide as well. Normally if you're in the center of the lane, sure, you've got space to dodge, but you just saw right there an empowered Q takes up half the lane when you're narrowed at that turret. And that poke, I mean, they can poke you from outside turret range. They'll be fine with that.
It's also one of those kind of mind game situations, right? You see Keffy playing that over and over again. Hey, who am I going to hit? Who am I going to hit? You better guess right. And it's like 50-50. Oh, it didn't work. So well done there. Great pressure has allotted to about a 15 CS lead that I think will continue. And Fake Enemy's going to try and alleviate a little bit of this. You can see him rotating down, took their bottom side camps, and is now going to get found out as well. So, I mean, UH Premier not allowing anything to chance on the spot side.
This top lane actually has me a bit more tense than usual. It's not the usual wet noodle fight, or if it is, these noodles are overcooked because they're actually starting to take damage from each other and they're kind of low. What's interesting to me is that when we look up there, Windy seems to actually be winning that fight a little bit. So despite the fact he's not on a carry, he's still fine with that. Fake Enemy, not quite able to sneak in.
And the problem with this, the only problem I will say, is that Fake Enemy, game number 1, also had the issue of getting run around by, I think, UH Premier, right? They were consistently playing around Vision. They were able to kind of dance around it and bring about time. So great dodge on that. Fake Enemy now needs to keep in line with Ancient if they want to be proper in that. I want to say... My words are escaping me this game too, and it's making me very sad. But it's the idea of matching pace with this J4 who is looking to get aggressive very quickly.
Yeah, and honestly, I like the fact that Ancient Quacker did gank early, right? A big complaint I have of a lot of J4s is they full clear and they don't like actually gank. The problem is that the gank went sideways for Ancient Quacker, unfortunately. Because he kind of got baited by Sakutara a little bit. Hold on though, Japoki.
Wow. Keffy trying to dance forward, and Bobby Filet didn't really want to burn that flash, which I agree with. But you got it out, and now on the top side, okay, out of nowhere, Sakutara just said, cool, thanks, and used the Devour to great efficiency.
And that's why I was kind of tense about the top lane, but we couldn't really tell when it was going to break because they were so low. I will go back and sit to Ancient Quacker because I do think it's worth talking a little bit about the fact that Ancient Quacker, because that gank went sideways, the J4 pathing and timing got really messed up. And that's why we're not seeing the early aggression from Ancient Quacker, despite the fact that multiple lanes are actually in a good position for it. The fact that Bobby Filet and Keffy had poked down Japoki and Archer of Flame so much means that that should have been a good lane to gank. Topside being so low meant it should have been a good lane to gank. Ancient Quacker couldn't move because of that early game. So Fake Enemy has that advantage, but that's been largely nullified. Ancient Quacker has actually caught back up, and now, Orbital, now the jungle game is actually on even footing, and I want to see what this J4 can do. Mid lane has been unlocked. Saucy Kevin has an ultimate, so Akali is now a lot easier to handle.
To an extent. We want to say we know what an Akali can do, so you can see Saucy Kevin also a little bit worried. If you drop that Event Horizon at the wrong time, you can get soloed out. But at the same time, as you said, the ult is the pressure value, so we can see Z-Struck looking to try and get some information, was able to hit the Scryer's Bloom, said, hey, red buff is gone. Because of that, we get some information that the J4 is on the enemy side, going ahead and trying to steal away some camps.
No.
Unfortunately, Ancient does not have the Flagon Dragon, has to flash away right into a pink ward, but thankfully, Japoki says, hey, I don't want to fight anymore. You got your team to back you up. Oh, okay. Well, you know, I did think it was going to be over, but Fake Enemy not level 6 can't follow over the wall.
If Fake Enemy had been 6, that would have been a kill. You just flash and then, yeah, actually use the Heartbreak. to execute the kill. And Ancient Quacker, again, very unfortunate timing. Tried to go for the invade, but Bobby Filet and Kefi weren't actually there to back him up this time. Last game on the Maokai, he got to invade because his bot was so far ahead. This time, they're ahead, but they're not pressuring the same way. They're actually trying to deny some of the CS and set Japoki behind instead. And Japoki's just like, okay, fine. Like, I can't get the minions anyways. I might as well just make sure that my jungle's safe.
Gotta do what you can. Gotta help out where you can. And because of that help, Okanagan do have first dibs on Dragon. Going ahead, stacking that one up. I think they did it in game 1 as well. Didn't have full priority instead, so this time around, hoping to have major priority over this Dragon and have a better time trying to stack it up. Ooh, okay.
Oh.
I wasn't going to talk about it, but they did this last time, and it looks like it is going to be the challenge back. Wimdy said, nah, we ain't in the middle of the lane. We are under my tower.
Yep, and it's able to answer back. You're not the only one who can solo. So Okanagan clapping back in multiple fronts. Bot side with the Dragon, top side with the solo kill. And for Okanagan, I kind of feel like they needed these wins. You know, like we talk about the skilling of UH. Okanagan's skilling isn't bad either. Like Ash actually scales pretty well. Akali can do a lot of damage late, and Ornn, well, with the ornaments, is probably the best scaling tank in the game. I know Silence Infinite Health, but Ornn probably brings more value in a reasonable game. So I love that they're pressuring this. They're trying to take advantage of what they have right now. They got Dragon, they got Kill, they're going to get Herald, and I want to see where they drop Herald.
Well, you know, they have it, but this is going to be a difference. An arrow from downtown actually found Saucy Kevin. Because of that, it was a difference. Ancient got no help behind, and it's double kills all the way around, looking for a triple behind, as that's a quick jump out. What a dangerous scenario, but a big dub for Fake Enemy. Oh, even further, just trying to force Zakatura out, but a big dub for Okanagan.
Yeah, and I'm actually a little bit surprised because Okanagan started up Herald. They already kind of took a little bit of damage, you know, from trying to take that one. They weren't in the healthiest of conditions. Oh, Herald doesn't get the charge off. Zakatura able to at least answer that one. But there was more health inside of UH Premier. So the fact that they lost that's a little bit shocking, surprising. And Okanagan, the kills all funneled towards Fake Enemy, which isn't a bad person to pick it up on. Now that Viego is going to be a monster, and Fake Enemy had the advantage early, has the advantage now, and is looking to make sure that advantage continues to be in his favor as this game rolls on.
I just have to say I am loving this early start from Okanagan. Maybe not so much on this bot side, which has seen a clear 30 CS difference, but it's much better than previous, right? Last time, a lot of kills were going over on the bot side, trades 1-1, going into Japoki, but not getting the pressure that they want. This time around, you have that strength. Take a look. 1,100 on Fake Enemy over Ancient right now, and that should go ahead and give them even more pressure power, as you said. But even the top side, 100 gold there means Wimdy is feeling a little bit better instead of feeling behind. Bot lane, yes, that is going the way of Bobby Filet, but mid lane is one behind. Take a look at Z-Struck saying, hey, maybe I have an opportunity. If Fake Enemy is able to help out once again, maybe kill Saucy Kevin a few times, then we get to see Z-Struck also in prime position.
But overall, if we look at the numbers, the only person on Okanagan with a significant lead is Fake Enemy. And that means that the laning for UH Premier is still going really, really well. They still have leads in every single lane, and they're on a timer. Okanagan's the one who's on a timer. UH is perfectly fine to sit back this game and farm. They don't have to pressure whatsoever. Can Okanagan find a lead of their own? Can they manufacture one?
Oh, maybe they can, but the perfect execution almost gets them out, and Z-Struck doesn't get hit. And because of that, again, these arrows, that second time Japoki has found Saucy Kevin, and because of that, that is going to be the heartbreaker in. It's a double kill once again for Fake Enemy.
Well, I had asked if Okanagan could manufacture their own lead. They didn't have to. UH Premier, again, tries to kick things off and hurts for it. Wimdy, under turret, he's taking an extra turret shot for this.
Oh, and the dive to ensure that the Ornhorn does nothing. Zakatura says, hey, we got to give ourselves a chance. Now it's a bully over in this bot side. Fake Enemy getting rooted up while able to get the knock up on Kefi and Bobby Filet, but they live. Fake Enemy can't find kills in the spot lane.
And Kefi, the empowered Q, did the most damage in that fight, catching 3. And Z-Struck, the TP, unfortunately not netting them anything. That's a problem when one person's fed, is that Fake Enemy is the only one really doing damage at this point. Ancient Quacker now looking for his revenge, has flash, has flag and drag.
And just go ahead and collect the easy one, right? Japoki does get smited, but already far enough. It's well done. Hey, you get something back, However, Bobby Flay didn't really get an assist, so it's only a kill to Ancient and an assist to Kefi.
I almost feel like the kill would have been better at Kefi at this point. Like, normally you don't think of like, oh, don't give the kill to your support. What are they going to do with it? But Kefi's been doing a lot of work. And Ancient Quacker, he doesn't need gold at this point. Like, with the J4, if he gets early kills, yes, he can do a lot of work. And maybe you want to spec into a little bit of lethality. But given that Ancient Quacker kind of fell behind early at this point, you're better off just going utility Jarvan and then giving the gold to people who are actually going to be doing more damage.
I just want to point out, Bobby Flay is on a ward. Arrow is up for Chipoki, and they're going to try and fight it out. Just slows him down. Kefi is now going to come out of the bush. I honestly thought Chipoki was like, bro, I can take this. Let's go ahead and fight it. I was so sure that was going to be an ADC on ADC fight. I was so excited. Instead, it is just the stopping of the recall. Bobby Flay does get the recall off, but not in a great wave state. And we're right back to everyone searching for an opportunity.
So maybe if it was later on, Orbital, I'd agree with you. I actually think Ashe can take a Jinx in a 1v1. CC is more important later on, but at this point in the game, Chipoki doesn't have enough damage, and the Rocket probably does more than the Arrow. Zakatara, no flash. Can he get out?
Oh, great little punch down, but you still have no flash. You're going to try and dance it out, get a little bit of extra damage. The shield will slow things down, but I mean, it's given to Fake Enemy again. However, this is a okay, there we go. Ult goes in. Fake Enemy says, hey, I am 6-0-0. I am freaking godlike.
I mean, when Fake Enemy was dancing, you knew it was You just found the dance and knew Zakaturo's did to rights there. But hey, for reaction, equal reaction, right? UH Premier knows all the kills are on Fake Enemy. If he shows top, we take Dragon. Right? He's got the smite, he's the jungler, and he's not there. And also, we're dominating this bot lane right now. So if Fake Enemy's not there, then Bobby Flay and Kefi have free license to do whatever they want.
Not just that. I didn't get to talk about it last game. We got an infernal... Uh-oh. No! Zakatura! That's like a me play. You don't do that.
Wait, I think I missed it. What did Zakatura do or not do?
Zakatura tried to TP top when the tower was only like 50 HP? Lost their TP after the tower fell?
No, it's asserting dominance, Orbital. It's not like he needed it anywhere else anyways.
Alright, that's fair. Right now, though, Zakatura with no TP to come in for this upcoming Drake in 4 minutes. I say upcoming, it's going to be a while. Archer, though, having to run away on fire, trying to keep themselves safe. And honestly, they've done quite well for the amount of pressure.
I love that I jokingly said that he doesn't need it anyways, but it actually is genuinely true. As he pointed out, Dragon's down anyways. Zakatura doesn't lose too much for that. He might lose his life, though, if he insists on sticking around at this Herald. Saucy Kevin now TPing in. But the last time we saw this 3v3, Okanagan won out.
Well, that was with an arrow from downtown. Keep that one in mind. The arrow landed on Saucy Kevin off the side of the screen. This time around, I don't think Chipoki is going to be allowed to have that because of the rocket and the zap. This is what I was talking about. Yes, you put pressure everywhere else, but Bobby Flay and Kefi are going to run you rampant. That's going to be a tower down. Get excited. And the arrow comes out. But look at the speed up. You even use Ghost. Hey, that was enough, though. You go ahead and back away. In the meantime, on the top side, Okanagan were forced off of the Herald.
Oh, Fake Enemy spotted out there from the Shroud. Kefi, so nice use of the Q as well from Kefi. It's just that you know that's a choke point. You can see the mist coming in. You can approximate that he's either there or will be there shortly. So the slow is enough for them to disengage. Really well played from them. And as you mentioned as well, what happened there was Saucy Kevin actually caught Z-Struck out with poke, and Z-Struck didn't have the rocket belt yet. So the mythic advantage was enough for UH to push them away and quietly steal Herald, before Okanagan could respond.
It's a well done timing, right? Blocked the haymaker and went ahead and did a 1-2 and then a gut punch. Took just about everything on the map and now feel pretty dang good. This is going to be a shuriken landing though, and Z-Struck realizes they might be in a little bit of trouble. Tries to protobot out, uses the flash, and keeps themselves alive. But take a look on the map. Fake Enemy also saying the same, and this might be a problem. Topside, we're seeing the wet noodle fight break down a little bit. Fake Enemy with double buff though, spotted out on top of the ward and has to walk away. Because of that, you have free roam from UH Premier in the mid lane. You get a tower, you get more action even as we do see this push go down with the Herald.
I was laughing at first, but I'm not laughing anymore because I forgot they had Herald. That's
oh my
gonna be,
gosh.
Yeah, they're gonna keep on. Like, unfortunately, Okanagan was caught in really awkward positions. Archer of Flame needs to base. Z-Struck needed to base, and Chipoki wasn't in position yet.
And that's going to be a 3 catch. After that push, they may pay with their
They find
lives.
Bobby?
Bobby
They get
Flay
Bobby.
gets heartbroken as they are annihilated. Fake Enemy is godlike once again. That's going to be an arrow on the back line. Gets a little bit of a catch, but everyone is quite low. Because of that, with Z-Struck out, it is only Ancient to run away. Fake Enemy can't follow up behind, no flash. I don't think has the reset on the Heartbreaker either, so it's really just a chase. Lakatura are going to run interference.
Devour is available if they need it to get Ancient Quacker out, but they're fine. I was a little bit worried because they didn't have the turret. If Fake Enemy really wanted to chase, might have been able to pull off the 1v2. But on the other side of the map, Orbital, what struck me was the fact that the moment Fake Enemy kind of left, UH didn't care about Okanagan, and Okanagan couldn't keep chasing. That is a massive problem, that all your gold's on one member. And so as long as UH can distract Fake Enemy with a lower value target, somebody with utility like Zakutara or Ancient Quacker, if you trade 1 for 1, or heck, if you trade 1 for 30 seconds of no Fake Enemy, UH Premier, that's a trade they're willing to take.
In the back of their mind, they're now saying, how can we do that around Dragon? Right? Like, I don't think Fake Enemy's going to run away for 30 seconds away from Dragon.
Sure.
What you can do is spot them out. Take a look at the ward vision right now coming out of UH Premier. They have pushed up very deep in an enemy side jungle. And I don't really think there's a whole lot of vision control. You take a look down the line, Okanagan don't have the sweepers. They have 3 pink wards, or 2. I can count, don't worry. They had 2, but it has to be very strategic. At all times, they will be spotted out, and that's why Archer is going into a
jeez.
bad time while Growth already used, and that's going to be a
Rocket!
into the Rocket, and then another Q to finish. Kefi straight up annihilates their counterpart in the bot lane.
Yo, hold up. Do you see what Kefi built?
That's awesome.
Night Harvester. That's why I said Quacker should have given that kill over to Kefi instead.
Oh
I'm just
my
saying,
gosh.
more damage coming off this Karma than you're going to see from the J4. And you talk about the pinks. Oh, hold on, Kefi. Okay. A little bit careful. Those were 2 assassins there. There are pinks for the side of Okanagan, but it less about ideal positioning, more about can you even get to where you need to drop those wards.
And those wards aren't going to deny
wow.
this TP, as that's going to be a knock of Z-Struck. Gets locked out. The Shroud is
They're
already
committing.
down, but that's a follow-up behind. And look at that. Flag and drag in to keep Z-Struck in. No flash on that Akali. However, the Rampart back as Z-Struck goes to the backline. Kefi taking quite low. Take a look at Fake Enemy.
Enemies
Remember,
here.
this carry in the backline. Heartbroken takes 1. That is going to be this ward. And the following ensuing damage will be powerful. The jungler straight out lies. It's going to be a shutdown for Bobby Flay, but they still die in the end. Double kill as a huge Comet takes the life of the Ashe. But Saucy Kevin is the only one left alive. Yes, you got the dragon, but you pay with 4.
It's a 2 for 4 orbital, but let's not forget, Fake Enemy had a massive bounty on his head. And that just went over to Bobby Flay. So despite the fact that 2 for 4 normally means Okanagan won the fight, and strictly speaking, they did win the fight, but UH Premier actually ends up the better for it because, as you mentioned, they did get Dragon and Orbital. They're also the scaling team. So if they can do this now, 10 minutes down the road, 15 minutes down the road, it's only going to benefit them. Okanagan need to play around this power spike that they have coming up. Wimdy is about to start handing out ornaments like they're candy. And UH haven't fully come online. So the next fight Okanagan wins, I want to see them be able to get a major objective off the back of that.
That might be forced into this Baron as Fake Enemy goes over the wall. I'm not sure this is actually where they want to be. They're caught. They're rooted. They're killed. Kefi grabs another. And that's brutal. With that death, you now have Baron on the table. And at least the threat, obviously, I don't think UH Premier is going to do it. But the threat is enough to draw Okanagan around.
I think they will.
Okay,
I
yeah,
think
they're-
they will.
Oh my gosh. They're actually going to start it. Wards are going down. And keep in mind, the TP coming in from Saucy Kevin is going to put them at a 2-item power spike as well. And they're going to try and take it as quickly as possible. It's given. Well done by UH Premier, capitalizing on the mistake of Okanagan.
UH Premier weren't afraid of Okanagan without Fake Enemy before. They certainly won't be afraid of them now when the entire team is there. They've got a numbers advantage. They're now running for the hill. Shirelia popped by Archer of Flame to be able to disengage. But Orbital, they didn't get the outer mid turret. It's still standing. UH Premier got Baron. They got the kick and they got to eat it too.
Everything for free, and now that they found a tanking member, they can leave Zakatura to go ahead and divide and conquer. Zakatura eats 3 people's pressure and lives to tell the tale. Kefi steps up for a little bit of fun as well, but it's done. Again, kill after kill after kill. It's a slow climb back up in the kill rating, but the gold has always been in their favor.
I'm getting flashbacks to Kefi's Tom Catch last game when he also wouldn't die. But that was when UH was up almost 10,000 gold at this point, whereas now UH is only up 4,000 gold, but Japoki is down. in comparison. I mean, his CS numbers are fine, but compared to the amount of gold everybody on UH has, Japoki doesn't have that second item power spike, that Trinity Force to come through yet. So Zakutara is able to really soak and still feel comfortable. Ornaments has the first one gone out yet? No, Wimdy's still level 13. So I almost feel like they need to get Wimdy some lone experience right now.
I mean, they might try. For right now, it is going to be that challenge in the bot side jungle. Once again, UH Premier are keeping control of this bottom side, and it's yielded wonders. You can see there, Z-Struck can't even drop some wards. It is completely dark there for Okanagan. And with this Baron, they're going to go ahead and pressure and take some of these outers once again. Bot side outer is still up. Top side outer is still up, so Zakutara is going to push that one. This one should fall fairly easily. I don't think Japoki wants to actually be here.
No, not at all. And one thing we didn't touch on, Orbital, with the Baron take was how Okanagan are going to respond to it. A lot of times we're used to seeing mid laners with wave clear. Akali doesn't have save wave clear. So they actually need Japoki to be in whatever lane is being pushed. And you saw right there, Japoki responded mid, and UH were pushing bot. And so Z-Struck just couldn't do anything. At best, they try and find a collapse to find a kill. But can they find out Zakutara? Maybe. He's got no flash.
I mean, he's also not as tanky as he would like. He is going to be absolutely shredded. And it looks like they're going to give it again to Fake Enemy, but this still falls into that problem that you were talking about, right? Hey, you're feeding kills into an already fed member. You need to start spreading this gold around a little bit.
Yeah, and the other thing too is you saw how low Fake Enemy actually kind of got in that 1v2. Now, he was never at any risk of dying. But if you're losing half your health in a 2v1 situation, Zakutara is a Bramble Vest. He doesn't have Thornmill yet. Once he picks up that Thornmill, a lot of that strength that Fake Enemy has is no longer going to be applicable to Zakutara. And sure, that's a very specific scenario, but in team fights, you've got to get past the Tahm Kench. And don't forget, Tahm Kench Devour means that whatever squishy target you're looking for isn't going to be there. The only person you can hit for that duration of Devour is pretty much going to be Zakutara and him alone.
Taking a look here, that is going to be the big question. Can you get the squishy before the dragon is fully condensed on? And that might be the chance. Keffi gets arrowed in the back line, and that might be the chance for Z-Struck. Taking a look at the back line, though, it is going to be a fight for fight. Fake Enemy is taking quite low. Wild Growth keeps him alive, but that's going to be the finisher. Down goes the Acolian. That means it's all hands on deck to retreat, retreat, retreat. No, the submarine comes up underneath the ground. That will be a massive little bit of a boost from the plant. It will deny the rest of the fight, but it's enough. Down goes the kill to their name, and because of that, UH Premier will sit on Infernal Soul Point.
Because Okanagan got that first Dragon Orbital, UH Premier is going to get an extra Infernal if they go for the Soul. An extra pop-up damage on Fygar, a champion who doesn't need the extra pop-up damage on Jinx, who has the range to be able to poke out Okanagan with just the rockets, a basic attack. Yeah, it's looking rough for Okanagan. They need to start finding a pick of their own. They're not winning these front-to-backs right now.
I mean, I don't even think they were fully trying. Like, we saw the arrows. Z-Struck tried their best to get the kill, but it's just a little bit too late. And right now, look at the farming, right? I love the fact that Saucy's literally just doing this on the tankiest member just to get some AP stacks. It is by far one of my favorite things to do. Well, right now,
it's
though,
free.
Again, it is. It really is. Taking a look, it is going to be a reset, right? Taking a look at everywhere. There are no global objectives. Everyone just goes back kind of to net zero with UH swinging for whatever they choose to.
And I know it's not like a broken record right now, Orbital, but they need to get Wimby experience. Wimby is still level 13. This is the third time I brought up the point that Ornn is level 13. Like, Ornn should be going out like candy right now, but it's, you know what? I know we're in a recession. A lot of people didn't do Halloween this year, so there wasn't a lot of candy to go around. Wimby is in that position right now. Like, finally, they've gotten him a solo lane. You need to get it onto Z-Struck. You need to get it like, onto Japoki. Because last fight we saw Z-Struck didn't have enough damage to actually clean house by himself. And Fake Enemy wasn't diving with him. You need your Akali to be able to help finish off people as well.
Well, you know who is going to get a finisher? Again, it's Fake Enemy. Extra gold, yay, and the most fed character so far. I love it for Fake Enemy. Don't get me wrong, but it's still persisting. 11-2-0.
Yeah, you love it for Fake Enemy, but Okanagan's carries aren't loving it. Z-Struck and Japoki can't do enough on their own right now. And if you've only got one target, it's easy for UH to kind of focus you down, or more importantly, ignore your other carries. Now, hopefully with that 2-item power spike that should be coming through from Z-Struck soon, you will actually have some threat. Saucy Kevin and Bobby Filet aren't building defensive items just yet. So there is still an opportunity for you to find that pick and find that execute.
Jeez. Zakatura is actually trying to dance it. This is ridiculous, by the way. Again, Zakatura
my
getting so much
goodness.
damage. Dashing down, gets stunned out of that dive. Still dies, but again, fake enemy taking quite low. Bobby Filet is now going to try and chase down this Lulu Archer running for the absolute life. Is able to survive with the Baron on the table. Zakatura no longer going to be there to tank.
But guess what is on the table? Baron.
Yeah.
Again, now fake enemy is up this time, so it is a lot scarier. But fake enemy did just base, and it's a race to see how
Oh,
quickly
no.
UH can take this down.
I think they can take it just fine. It's well spotted. Yes, everyone knows that UH Premier are on it, but look how fast they burn it.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to take it. It's gone. Okanaga recalled at one of the worst times possible without
Wimdy's
possibly
flanking.
even knowing it. And now Wimdy's in a bad spot. They're going to try and survive for as long as they can, but Saucy is going to drop an absolute comet, a rock on top of their head, and they are dead. Not only do they get the Baron pretty much only for Zakatura's life, but they take one as well.
And if Wimdy had ult available, I think that's a beautiful flank. But they blew ult. They blew 80% of fake enemy's health bar on a 3-on-1 on Zakutara. That's the problem. The last time we saw it was a 2v1 to kill Zakutara. Now it's taking a 3v1 to kill Zakutara. Z-Struck is their only sort of magic damage threat. They need an alternate threat. Look at the sheer amount of armor Zakutara is just stacking.
Zakatura is chilling. Zakatura not only has the armor, they also have the slows. That Randuin's is so frustrating for the likes of an Ashe, for the likes of a Lulu, and the likes of Fake Enemy as well. Fake Enemy is, again, going for a little bit squishier build. You can see the Black Cleaver finally completed, now sitting on a 3.5 item set, and 2 item power spike for Z-Struck. It doesn't matter. If you get close to Zakatura, he will keep you there for quite a long time. So that is what we're going to be watching for. Dragon will be up in a minute, and Okanagan have got to understand the implications here.
Yeah, and for Okanagan, second item completed for Z-Struck, it is worth noting it's a Zonias. That's not the most powerful attack though. Initiate coming out, doesn't catch Saucy Kevin.
No, it doesn't, but Ancient is now going to be the diversion. They're going to try and run away. Oh my gosh! You can't even drop the Zonias. You are just dead.
Oh my
Everything that Okanagan were planning
Look at
for
Bobby.
goes up in smoke, and the smoke is blown away as well. The Rockets are doing work here. One more will take Windy's life.
Oh!
That actually misses, but it doesn't matter. You can't dodge an auto attack, as that's a double kill for the Chinks. A triple for Bobby Filet as they bring out the sashimi. It's an ace for UH Premier.
The only smoke I'm seeing right now, Orbital, is Fishbone just belching it across the battlefield, and they're just going to push right in. 20 seconds on the death time is approximately... Okay, they've peeled off. They want to do this methodically.
Why? Bobby, what are you doing? You don't have to. Are you just getting the speed up? Yes, get the second. No, you can't do it anymore. You can't do it anymore. Sad. It's going to be over anyway. UH Premier say we'll take a few detours, but we will end this game. It is GG. UH Premier keep their invincible record, their undefeatable streak of 6-0 and 12-0.
And if, whoever ends up being in 4th place, I'm going to feel bad for them because they have to run up against this UH Premier who's running a hot streak right now. And unfortunately for Okanagan, that might be them in 4th because of this loss. Remember, they're the only 2 teams in the top 4 who are actually meeting off. Fresno, as well as UAF, are playing other teams tonight. So I think I know Fresno won their game. I don't know if UAF won theirs. So unfortunately, Okanagan's preying on the downfall of UAF right now.
That feels so bad. Like, UH Premier are just good. Like, we can't deny that, right? Taking a look at the side of Okanagan, they tried their hardest, but it was shut down time and time and time again. And honestly, Z-Struck just got punished over and over again. It feels so bad, especially because I was excited. I was excited to see what that Akali could do.
Yeah, and I am excited seeing what University of Houston has given us, right? Like, I wanted to see diversity, versatility. They showed us that. They showed us a composition, with a lot of bruises that had to spend the mid game. They played that perfectly. Then they picked the Jinx Vygar composition that was looking to scale. They picked a J4, which unfortunately fell behind a little bit in the early game, no fault of its own, and found a way to get to that scaling. They really showed that they know how to execute these compositions they're picking. And normally a lot of times we look at a team and go like, oh, there's one particular player who stands out for me. But I think University of Houston Premier doesn't have standout in the best way possible. Everybody knows their job and is executing it to the highest levels, whatever that job might be.
instead of no one in the spotlight, it's everyone has their own spotlight depending on the situation. I think that's the best case, like you said, scenario to have, as it will be UH Premier to continue to dominate even heading into the playoffs. We'll have to wait and see what Okanagan can do on their own side as they now head into that playoff perception if they make it in there. Right now, though, that will be it for us here on the NECC League of Legends broadcast. Don't worry, though, there's even more collegiate action to be had. Don't worry, I know what's coming up tomorrow. It is Overwatch 2. We'll be placing that at 6 p.m. EST tomorrow as that league also finishes up. And then on Friday will, of course, be even more so. Rocket League will be taking that turn. But it will be it for us here tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Orbital. With me is RMC, Random Minion Caster, and on production, it was Shiro with our lovely observer, Peta. Thank you so much for tuning in. Have a great night.
I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall. You know you keep me off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason. But I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into